on, let's go really I'ma hit the fucking jerk. Come on, let's go really yeah. Come on, let's go really I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really yeah. Come on, let's go really I'ma hit the fucking jerk. Come on, let's go really
Setting this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash came burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, oh she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around free in a nurse circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I get out. I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel, she a mess. Clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Lucky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love calling again, and I ain't miss a call.
Your team is banning.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, well there has been so many tournaments lately in the community as soon as the Moba 5 versus 5 has popped up, and here we are with another tournament That's Masters Challenge, organized by Esports Legends of 74 teams and the prize of
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided
This is me,
by
Mrs.
lantern's
Jenny,
light.
opening up this tournament with
I
my
see lots of
co-host,
prey.
Sarah.
Your
How
team
are
is
you?
banning.
Good evening, Jenny, and it's an amazing opportunity to be casting with you. And today we are going to be opening the tournament with two very excellent teams, the Highland Boys versus Computer Knights. And as we can see in the current draft, the two bans have already been done by these teams, which is going to be Jukshin as well as the Roger.
Definitely. I mean, we just started talking and the ban phase is over. I think we should have started
destroy,
banning.
so that we can hype the viewers up a little bit. Chat, let us know how you guys are doing and show your love and support to this tournament. Share it everywhere you can. Call all the MLBB folks over here and let's enjoy the tournament. Coming up towards the draft, Zushin and Jack's been banned already. Well, Zushin and Jack's supremacy these days, I guess. These two are the most banned mages that jogs too much in dishing out the damage as well as the slow effect. And Zushin, man, she's more like a tank. She's more like a support. The amount of CC that she can provide you, it's gonna annoy you out a lot. So I think wise choice to ban them out. Again, Roger in the goal lane, Roger in the hyper. He's a beast.
Sanjo.
Your
Your team is
and
banning.
if you cannot handle that guy in the early game itself, he's just gonna get worse for you. Hayabusa, the man who can target your backline all the way from over the map and you won't even know when it happens. It's so hard to counter him. So I think, again, wise choices have been made. What say, Sarah?
Yes, definitely. There are the very standard bans coming in by almost every other team which we have seen in all the tournaments so far. And this match would be no exceptions. Both these teams, they did their homework. They're gonna go out for the standard bans and standard picks.
My mission is to protect lives.
Is banning.
Would be the Hylos. Once again, what a beast in the EXP
Sir,
as well as the
what's your
role.
command?
You have Fanny
Your
Ban
team
coming
is
in
picking.
by the side of Computer Knights. I do believe that's kind of a respect ban towards the side of Highland Boys. For the first pick though, they have the Ling open, so it's a very viable choice. But on the EXP side, we could probably see Edith or the Terizla, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Hylos is very versatile.
You
these
will
days.
lose
Your team is
everything
standing
in the
up,
wind.
But then they have left Ling open in the horizon. Well, we'll see what kind of answer they're gonna bring up for this Ling over here. But I'm excited. Well, I don't think that they should have actually tried to ban Fanny instead of Ling. But you never know. I'm waiting for some surprises to be popped out. Yeah, Terizla being. I saw in the yesterday's tournament that I was casting that they just picked Terizla in the early game in the first pick, and then they got a Harry. And since you already have an EXP, you're left out with no options to pick that Mincidar again. So picking Terizla early also gives you the freedom to pick many heroes that could not be countered. Again,
Hope will
team
find a
is
way,
followed up
even when
with,
all is forlorn.
Vexana. What's your take on this, Sarah?
I would say it's a pretty decent choice considering that Vexana has the taunt from her first skill as well as the Eternal Lord, her ultimate. If comboed well
hunt
with that penalty
begins.
zone, it would be a pretty deadly thing during team fights considering that it would just lead to a wipeout if there's enough damage. On the side of Highland Boys though, they picked up a
Let them play the hero.
Your
I will
team
be
is
the
picking.
truth this world desperately needs.
As compared to a Terizla, but then again, it's up to the user. If those passive marks hit perfectly and on time, and if the Petrify knockup can be used up on the Terizla, then the Yuzhong might just win up his lane. Ruby on the goal though, very standard and very meta, especially coming from the players from the Bengal server, that I'm offended can catch just many people and they shout a lot of damage while having way too much lifesteal.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is the knockout stage. There's not gonna be another chance, another bite at the cherry. You're gonna have to win. And looking at the draft so far, they are planning on taking a safer road, maybe.
I might not be a lightning man, but I do know my traits.
On the hyper, they have to remember that they still have options to ban before they go for picking another hero. Thailand boys will get the opportunity to ban every possible counter for that link. So while they had the chance, they should have gone for picks like Saber and Kaja and whatever counter options they do have. But instead, they're going for a Barats. Well, Barats cannot be an answer to Link. What do you say?
Yes, and definitely not a direct answer, but then again in the team fights, if that lane gets,
Need some stitches?
Your
I can
team
help.
is banning.
he's low, he would have to pop his Tempest Blades ultimate, and that's where the Barats can actually take advantage because his true damage is slightly higher because of the cursed helmet item which they usually build up. And then again, it's a 50-50. Both the retributions have to be hit properly. And now looking at the second ban,
Chivalry is
still, it's
dead.
a
Your
Melissa
team
and
is
I
it's a
will
banned.
revive it.
kind of unconventional, I would say, but definitely target bans towards each of those members because, of course, these teams did their homework, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, makes sense because the goal laners are still open. Both the teams are yet to pick the perfect goal laner that they're sparing off. So they have banned Melissa that clean down. But then, you know, there are so many champions in meta in the game right now. You're just not gonna run out of any champions. So in the end, it's gonna come up to how you can communicate each other, how good you're in sync with your team. So we'll have to see. But I am yet waiting for an answer to that thing. And
As
well, the
fleeting as a
Highland boys have
snowflake's
made
breath,
no effort
as
so far
timeless
to
as a
ban
glacier's
any
heart.
such
I am the
champion that
priestess
could
of primal
counter
lightning,
this. But
the
they
hunter
do
of all the
have
evil
this
gods.
way to try and count down the options for EXP like they've been Eden right now and a Bane. Okay, they already have the Hyper, they already have the EXP. Will Bane go for a gold?
It might just be possible, because we have seen teams like ABM pick up on a magic bane in the gold lane and actually win and dominate their matches pretty much. Edith Ban was a pretty fair choice. The lane will have enough frontline coming in by the Ruby and Yuzhong already, but the side of Team Computer Knights though, they're going to need a link counter. They need to pick up on attacks such as the Cooper and look,
I shall succumb to my power.
Your team is picking.
already. In answer to that, you know what I would say? A Minotaur. A Minotaur is one of the best counters for that Cupra pick, and along with the Yuzhong and the Ruby,
Gaze the
they're very
stars
nice.
and
Lily
seek
is also
your
a decent
path.
pick. She has that yin-yang combination damage, just bursting the Vexana down and even chunking down massive HP from the Barats and the Terizla. She would just have to position safe from the Tyrant's Revenge and the penalty zone by either of them.
Yeah. Kufa is really good when it comes to setting up gangs. He's just gonna have to connect properly the Tyrant's Revenge followed up by the Tyrant's Rage. But then
I've been waiting for
Your
too
team
long.
is picking.
No, Ruby can actually counter Kufra when he connects his Tyrant's Revenge with Don't Run Wolf King that CC. But I guess he's just gonna have to dodge that Ruby and try to go for Phaegius and Claire starting from the early game. Anyways, they will be answering that carry with a Leslie stat. So also I do appreciate the yin yang, the Luo over there, that diversion play. If it hits right, they're gonna be in trouble. It's gonna be a piece of cake to gank Night Sky if they just play the diversion properly.
Yes, and currently looking at the draft though, I do think it would be a Ruby in the role from the side.
I am
Highland Boys
vengeance
versus a Kufra.
incarnate.
That's a bit of a dicey situation because Kufra can very, very easily block out that Ruby's passive as well as the flipper sets which she would be looking to do. And the Moskov, he scales slightly better against the carry in the late game. And he would have to position safe though, considering there is the Petrify Yuzhong as well as the Louis and Ling. So it's going to be a matter of execution on which team does it better. Louis would be playing on towards the draft. Risky move, but if she can position well, that's pretty much a game changer.
Well, we are in the loading screen. We're gonna be able to find out pretty soon. We are about to move on to the land of Zone. Guys, make some noise in the chat. Share the tournament. Bring the public in. Bring your ML baby folks over here and enjoy the tournament with me and Sarah over here as we move towards the lands of Dawn. Highland Boys versus Computer Knights, and yes,
5
when it
seconds
comes
till the
to
enemy reaches
Harry,
the battlefield.
well, they have a
Smash
tension
them.
run. They
All
have
troops
the
deployed.
you know, like layers of protection, layers of insurance policies for Night Sky and Lucifer. So Harry is gonna be the one who's gonna try and break down those layers. So, you know, it's all gonna come down to protecting Gary, keeping him in that position to try and force him down.
There's not a real frontline in the side of Helen Boys, so Link Sims would have to go in for a very safe positioning because that Kufra, he can just cancel out her dashes, which she would use to reposition herself in a team fight. And looking at the current map though, Ruby is actually doing an early rotation towards the EXP, which means that Terizla would have to pop his flicker in under the 2-minute mark, which means that's a major disadvantage in the first 25. And in the mid lane, the Vexana has already popped out her flicker as well, so 2 flickers under 1 minute and 30 seconds. That would be a massive W for the side of Team Iron Wolves.
Yeah, she just escaped with a tiny bit of AP, which was very unexpected, but good for him. They didn't end up in the first fight. Passages again going up. It's a 2-4 versus 4 situation over here. That could be a first blood. Tempest of Blades coming in, is going straight in for Vandal. That could be a first blood and double kill, but no, the kill has been scored by Julius, and the double kill has finally been made on Night Sky. An amazing, beautiful start of the game. They're not gonna go for a Lucifer, not gonna chew up more than they, not gonna bite more than they can chew, but wow, what a start.
And that team fight, those 3 kills gave Team Highland Boys an instant goal lead of 1.2k, which you know is a major advantage, especially since the first turret is always coming up. You don't see the team bit of danger from what that right now. Just escape out from there. Kufra and Barat squeezed out the area and probably gained some ground towards the turret. No, they're just gonna stay right back. Barat is just gonna farm up the turret. Ruby is already there though, trying to
Yep, the Dragon Form, the PDF has been already used up. They have taken down Show already. They're gonna go with the use up. That Vexana coming in very slowly. They put up a fire and opening, but a double kill by Vandal Blaze. Double kill has been down, and this is not gonna be a turtle. I actually thought in their early phase when they were roaming just around the turtle, finding harder on the turtle, that Highland Boys are actually gonna secure the turtle, but that didn't happen.
Yup, and the Detona's welcome coming in by the Barats so perfectly timed. Like Lane landed with his Tempest of Blades, and at that exact moment, Barats used up his item, which was a very smart play, I would say. A decent team fight, in my opinion, but then again, Team Highland Boys is still quite a lot in the advantage. And look at their members, Claire and Fate Zeus already camping up towards the goal lane, looking for another engage onto that Moscow Night Sky. Toa is here.
That video line has been used up, and a lot of damage has been done to Toa, who had, he just received chunks of damage, and he decided, bro, I need to go back. Again, Happy Zane versus Show in the bottom and Happy and Coldor. They, okay, look at that. He's just giving up them the vision, but in the top lane, they have not given up. They still want to go and try and get Night Sky down, but there's a rotation and diversion coming in the middle lane. Moody Jazz going in for the kill, and there you go. Lucifer is down, he's not giving up. He's trying to take that Venom down, but he is very techy as of now, and that's a yin-yang combo in the mid lane, taking Night Sky out of the scene.
You know what? I do not think the audience caught on to this. Zhang is in danger, but during those team fights in the top lane, Ruby on the Phaetus on that Ruby missed a flicker, ammo fended onto the Moscow. Well, in the team fight here with Moba, Terizla missed his penalty zone along with his flicker. So both of those people used up their precious resources and managed to deal nothing. But Team Highland Boys though, they did secure 2 skills, so it's still a W for them. Then again, the second turtle is up. Team Highland Boys has fully massive. Okay, that's quite a lot, as you say. And then again, Ruby and Lori are going to need to work that turtle. Lori needs to be careful because Kufra is charging up, but the turtle will be secured. Computer Knight, and once a mutual objective done and settled by either of the team 1-1. But then again, the tier 1 in the top lane is already secured by Link Sims, and they managed to get a Yin kill onto Vexana.
Yeah, and that's a lot. What a turn of events. They've been the whole time they massacred Highland Boys, but then they ended up giving away the turtle. In the meanwhile, we can see in the bottom lane that's Lynx versus Show, while Juice versus Atoa. Okay, they're gonna have to disengage because the Union combination is just coming in, and like I said, Show is already standing for that overstay. Atoa has to flicker away from them. Juice better run away. The Didanos welcome might be incoming anytime, but yet not yet. Meanwhile, we can see in the top lane, Taki Zane just ambushed, waiting to ambush the night sky.
And then, oh my god, looking at that Kufra, he did try a possible engage. He will be matching that flicker, and he will be getting that amplified, but the kills won't be secured. There's just enough tankiness on that Kufra so he can escape. Looking at the items though, Kufra is on the conceal and Ruby is on the encourage. So in the late game, if Kufra manages to catch them off guard with those conceal plays, it would result in a comeback. But then again, the carry on the lane they can scale up insanely well, which means the Team Highland Boys will still have the advantage. Looking at the top lane though.
Yep, there might be a gang forming in, but they're just trying to make each other react and expend some resources. You go first, you expend your resources, you use up your ult, and then you're gonna react, but that's not happening. Both the teams are playing it really safe, and I have to say, Highland Boys in a very good lead as Tyrant to prevent being expended, but you just try to build vision. I think they're playing really passive right now.
Yes, and it was Team Computer Knights with the early game advantage with that Vexana, Barats, and the Kufra charge, and even the penalties. But it is actually Team Highland Boys who used up the early game for their advantage, even though they had a carry and a link to basically scare heroes. Looking at the turtle area, I do think it is secure, and yes, it's done.
Yep, and a lot of damage is already melting the tank down, carry on fire, then he's gonna take a double kill, but I suppose okay, Moody Jazz actually managed to get a kill. Meanwhile in the top lane, Taki Zane versus Night Sky. Taki Zane not being able to go head on head with him, but look at that. Claire has been taken down by Venom Play. They're not gonna be able to pressurize the mid lane, but Moody Jazz moving towards Night Sky. Will he be able to take him down, or he's gonna come back? Well, he is going to disengage, and sometimes he's not even able to take the fight.
Yep, I guess you did see that Kufra charging up right then and there, which meant that if he dived in, he did not have his ultimate. He wouldn't have a way out if he got caught up in Kufra's second skills. Team Highland Boys trying to secure the tier 1 here in the mid lane, and the current goal difference is 8k. That's way too much, oh my god. Which means Team Computer Knights has to do everything they can to at least farm up, because Venom plays, he's on level 10, and Moon Class, he's on level 12, which means even at the Lord fight, his retribution will be really more damage. It's impossible to engage in the mid.
That the Tyrant rate is wasted over there. Venom plays being melted by Lynxin, but he's gonna go for more. Look at that double kill coming in from the Taki-san. Beautiful play, very offensive, but yet they did not manage to take down the tower.
Yes, and still, and look at the most part of it, it actually did connect on the carry, but there's 4 people in the mid lane. No marksman would be sane enough to actually go for that killing spree.
Some security kill on Lucifer. Actually, that wasn't even needed. Lucifer was so in a bad position, they dived in. That was a sure kill. Again, there might be a possible gang on Night Sky that links Claire and Taki Zane, but he's got backup. They have Atoa, they have Venom Place up for backup right in the red buff, while Taki Zone is not giving up. He's still looking for an opening to go and take charge on the Atoa. They have links to melt him down from behind. Like I told you guys, layers of protection, 2 layers of insurance policy for the links.
And look at that, in the bot lane, Ruby was taken down by Atoa, and the penalty zone did connect very perfectly. And once again in the top lane, they're gonna look out for that inhibitor. That blessing on the tower is still active though, but no, will be popped out with that 1 minion who barely managed to get into the tower range. back to the mid lane, it's very dicey right now. Team Helen Boys, they need to sync up their minions if they want to end it soon, and Kufra engaging onto them.
Yep, it's actually, they're playing really aggressive as of now since they do have the resources, they do have the lead, they do have everything they need to take control. They're on the driver's seat as of now, so they're not gonna waste it. They're gonna take charge. Again, the Lord is marching in the bottom lane, but they are looking for securing that turret in the mid lane, their major objective as of now. But well, we have Cho looking up for the Lord, but then Taki Zane dealing that damage to Atoa already. This tank is being melted. It's not gonna be easy for them. They do have that carry who's gonna come from behind and start dealing even more damage. The Lord is marching. There's gonna be a dive, but they do not welcome being used up on Taki Zane. A lot of damage has been dealt by Yin and Yang, but the kill has been secured on Taki Zane. Following up that Lynx with the speedy light will double kill by Lynx. Lucifer has been down. They do not have the resources to defend, but there are no minions. Okay, this might be a defense as of now.
Very lucky, I would say. Team like Computer Knights, they were just on the brink of having a match ended for them, and they would be eliminated right out since this is a knockout. Those minions were just in their favor. They managed to clear it somehow because, you know, Vexana had that splash damage, and her Lord managed to lower the HP of the minions just before it entered the main base, which gave them an air to breathe. And now Team Helen Boys will have to secure another Lord unless and until Team Computer Knight makes a mistake and goes out too far ahead and Helen Boys manages to pick them off one by one. That carry is way too much frontline, and she's just going on like a machine gun. She's attacking them, and the true damage is melting absolutely everyone. Beidou's being caught out in the middle of that, but he will just manage to escape with his passive very, very easily.
Yeah, the problem here is that power now. Okay, they're going for a. I thought they were just gonna dive in. Yeah, I was saying with the draft Computer Knights. Oh, that was a very obviously different. I'm offended. They're gonna go for more kills. In a young combination coming in. Status of Blind is being used up. Atoa very low on HP, but manages to take down Taki. Zane there has been taken out as well, but unstoppable lanes. Nice guy being punished, and the Lord just popping up in 5 seconds. Well, that was so unexpected that I'm offended. It took me by surprise.
Ruby did her I'm offended on 2 to 3 people, and Terizla managed to answer that with a 4-man penalty zone. What a play, I would say, by both of those teams, but the farm difference, it's completely in favor of Island Boys, and that's exactly right. They just managed to secure, and look at that, carry melting like Kufra like anything, and he has already been taken down. The main front line of the side of Computer Knights is already on.
Yep, Centers of Blade being used up to escape that. The Lord's being marched. You know, that's what I say when they pick carry. This is gonna be hard because they don't have a proper champion to mark their back lane, while Moody Jack is just gonna fly away and go all the way to the back lane and target Lucifer, but they do not have the same resources to reach up to carry. Everything depends upon Atoa, upon his Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge, but carry is not gonna be in a position where she gets marked, so it's gonna be hard. The Lord is marking Sarah. Do you think that this is gonna be a defense?
I high-key doubt that this is going to be a defense, but then again, the minions are not synced at all, and the possible engage coming in on.
Yep, the ammo penalty has been expanded. The penalty zone not the tempest of that's been expanded as well. They're gonna go for kills. They have already punished Atoa, Clays, and so they're gonna take down Lucifer and place the wipe out, and a smooth victory for the first match of Masters. Correct me on that, Sarah.
Masters Challenge, and the first win will be secured. They did excellent in this game. There were good plays coming in by the side of Computer Knights as well, but Howland Boys just came out on top. Those petrify plays by the Yuzhong, the perfect flicker arm offended by the Ruby, and the damage from Link Sims on that carry. Just cherry on top of the cake. And that would be all. We would be wrapping it up for game number 1, everyone. We'll soon be back with game number 2 in Masters Challenge Season 1, so do not go anywhere.
bang, 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 bang.
Come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies, that'll be a go. Got a bad chicken in me, what the going up? Better bring her up, while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fight, like, better get the fuck up. Bought another round, cause we getting fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up.
Bang, bang, bang,
But I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe, cause I'm fitting here, I'm late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no jacket. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna I take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking bento. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Made it got, she got all of my songs, yo, took it to the bed, yo, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep mounting down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just see African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 calling me. Ring like the camera is free, oh she calling me. Ring, 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 I'm calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, stay down.
Banning.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with game number 2 in round 1, day 1 for the Masters Challenge by Esports Legion. 74 teams are gonna battle it out for a total prize pool of 20,000 diamonds.
Your team
and
is
right now,
banning.
the game 2 is going to be between Team Orpheus on the blue side versus NXP Revoken on the right side. I will
Your
be
team
your
is
caster
banning.
Sarah for this evening, alongside my co-caster, none other than the very amazing Missy Jenny.
Oh wow, thank you so much for the warm introduction, Sarah. And meanwhile, we all enjoyed the first match, guys. I hope you guys did it too. Now it's time for the second. And now is the time that you share the stream once again. Let people know that we're not done yet. We're going
Your
for more.
team is
Anyways,
banning.
Link and Chaz, we saw what are the consequences of not banning Link in the last match. And on top of that, not picking a proper counter, not answering that pick. So Ling has been banned, Chaz has
Your
been banned,
team
so
is
is
banning.
Roger and Hayabusa. I guess these are the picks that can be devastating for your team if you cannot counter them. So wise spends.
Yes, definitely, and standard as well. Ling, Hayabusa, Roger, Jask, very standard bands. Then again, they would be left with that Jukshin, the Terizla, or even the other meta heroes which are pretty good in this current rank situation and the tournament situation as well. Or in fact, either of these teams could be going ahead for the respect band if they have done their homework. There's only 15 seconds on the ban timer, and Ken Kaneki is sure taking his time trying to decide on which hero he could ban out.
Yeah. He definitely don't want to rush. He wants to take all the time in the world and make the right decision. And
Your
the
team
decision
is banning.
a high loss, a very versatile
That
champion of the
born by
current
thy
meta,
wish.
Your
who you
team
can
is
play in
picking.
as a hyper, as an EXP, as a tank, and he's really good at charging and he's really good at punishing with you with his ring of punishment. So makes sense. And then again, Zuxin is so annoying that she's not just gonna be a mate, but also a support in a lot
Your
of
team
CC.
is picking.
Again, Xborg as the first pick being prioritized as a jungler. What's your take on this, Sarah?
It's a bit. I like the pick overall, but then again, there are definitely better picks open. You know, the Ruby in the gold lane, the Terazla or the Edith in the EXP. I'm a huge fan of those picks, and we saw in the previous tournaments as well the Terazla and Edith being banned and picked as priorities, and even Terazla the first pick priority. NXP revoking though, they're gonna prioritize a savior in the mage for the mid lane, which again is decent. He does have that sprint as his spell, so with the enhanced movement speed from his enhanced S1 and S2s, it would be pretty good. And
Your
Arlott in the
team is
EXP,
picking.
that is very very good, I would say, because the Arlott on the damage build, he can burst out the Faraga armor of Export very easily.
Yep, definitely. I like the pick so far from both the sides. They did prioritize on Xborg, might be a star player for them. Also, Dawning Light in the late game. One Dawning Light, you're half HP, and then all that's awaited is the other members of the team to come and finish you off. Again, Arlott, especially on that final slash, he's gonna deal with a lot of damage, and then he's gonna deal with a lot of CC as well. Okay, penalty zone might be, obviously can be a good choice depending on the setup, but well, they already have their EXP, so answering an EXP with another EXP right at this moment, I don't know. I
Your
think they would have
team is
secured
picking.
more, but
As
they don't want to.
timeless as a
They are just trying to
glacier's heart.
answer as of now, and they're waiting for the enemies to pick first. They're looking for answering rather than going first.
Yeah, they're actually picking up the counter picks for Xavier and Arlott. Terazla is a pretty well-known counter for that Arlott, and look at Joruri. I do think and I hope he is playing mind games, because I would personally not like to see a Uranus in the roam, and I hope he switches us out for something better. There's a lot better roamers out there, and even a support roam such as the Matilda would be pretty good to escape out from the lasting insanity. But
Your
they're gonna
team
lock
is
in on
banning.
that alpha. I do think that's going to be a jungle pick for them.
Well, it can be a jungler because I don't think that Arlott is going to be their EXP, and if he's not going to be their EXP, he's gonna be going as jungler. But I think when it comes to jungle in between Alpha and Arlott, maybe Alpha is gonna be a better option. But we'll see. We're gonna have to wait for another ban phase over here, and then, well, both the teams are yet to pick the goal laners, and I'm expecting maybe a Moskov, because nowadays this Moskov Spear of Destruction, he can just pop out of anywhere when you're low in HP and just finish you off. So that could be one, but other than that, we still have to ban Chip. Okay,
Your
how did
team
Chip
is
go off my
banning.
mind?
Invented one.
Yes, of course, that chip with his chips and the teleports. Pretty interesting ban by the side of NXP Revoken and Orpheus here. They are going to look ahead for a Tigreal. Yes,
Your
of
team
course the
is
Tigreal
banning.
ban. That roam is left open. NXP could be banning ahead on another roamer, probably the Minotaur or even the Kufra, or they might completely change their mind plan and go ahead for a marksman ban, such as the Clint or the Moskov or even the Brody, which is quite highly picked these days. Orpheus too might go ahead with the same strategy actually.
Yeah, I guess they're just planning of trying to get out the options for roamers, because roamers are the one that's gonna provide you the setup, the vision and stuff. I think they're just looking for countering the goal laners and getting rid of the tankers. Anyway, Chip, I don't know why he hasn't been prioritized. I think Chip is a very versatile hero. give you a lot of mobility.
Your
He doesn't
team
even
is
have
banning.
to. You don't even have to stick with this tank. He is the sword. He sees someone, he's gonna lock onto the person and he's gonna teleport you over there, and that person will disappear in seconds. He is, he's the father of Luoi when it comes to teleporting.
Absolutely, Loi can teleport her entire team, but that chip, he is so
Your
unexpected.
team
People
is
can at least
picking.
expect the Loi diversion plays, and both of these teams, we jinxed it, Jenny. Both of these teams did manage to ban out on the marksman as the last two bans in that banning phase. And NXP here, they are looking forward to picking up their marksman and leaving their S5 with the classic tank privilege. S5 Rome, let's go.
Yeah. Or they did show that Beatrice, but change of decision, maybe a Clint. But again, logging onto the Beatrice, I have no idea what they're gonna go for. But I think Clint might be a better choice. It deals a lot of damage, like chunks of damage that could be hard for Xborg, because I think one ult and then Xborg's he's gonna suffer.
Yes, the Beatrix with that Renner, the machine gun is gonna deal a hell lot of damage if she gets her BOD House's Claws and Hunter pretty early and can actually burst out that Frog armor very easily. Team Orpheus though, they're gonna have to complete their draft right now. And against the Beatrix, a lot of marksmen do work, but it would be up to how the Beatrix and the enemy marksman plays. So Moscow is still a valid choice, so is the Brody. And considering the draft of Alpha and Arlord as the frontliners, I think a Brody Moscow or even a Melissa would actually work pretty well. In the Rome though, I would love to see a Minotaur right here. Oh, but the Lolita is also open. The Lolita against the Xavier and Beatrix. Yes, I would love to see this draft. Native and Lolita have been picked up by the side of Orpheus. That's a beautiful draft coming in by them.
Yeah, what an answer. The Lolita peanut butter cookie cutter, good with anything. She can easily block, not only block but also reflect the damage of Beatrix's machine gun, and so does Javier. And Night 10 peak from starting from the mid to the late game, he's gonna deal a lot of damage. As Entropy, the clones, is gonna annoy them. He's also gonna knock them off back, while Beatrix is good, but she's only gonna deal you damage. So when it comes to the draft so far, I actually really like the draft of Orpheus, but let it not be a caster's curse, because you don't know. Oh, that Belleric. How do you think Belleric's gonna work in this draft? Given the fact that they have the lineup, looking at the lineup of Orpheus.
It would be pretty interesting to see, because the Belleric, he can stun that Lolita right into his ultimate with his taunt. And if they manage to sync it up well, NXP Revo can just burst out the front lines, the Teresa and the Lolita. But then again, Lolita versus the Beatrix. I do think that the Lolita's team would be winning this, because Beatrix users use up their shotgun against a Lolita players. But given the entire machine gun as well as the rocket ultimate is completely reflected by the Lolita shield, which means that it would be a 6 versus 5 almost during the team fights if the shield is properly.
Yeah. So we're in the loading screen. I definitely agree with Sarah, and you guys will also have to agree with the fact that we're gonna enjoy, which is between the Orpheus and NXP. We are in the land of Dawn, guys. Share the stream and get ready to go with me on a roller coaster of emotions.
Beautifully said, and I do believe our audience wants to enjoy this match as much as we do. Alpha gonna start up from his red, so Team NXP would be looking for their first engage onto the EXP, while Xborg starting from his red, so he would be moving towards the goal instead. They know that the Beatrix is an easier target than the Arloff, which is pretty smart. Basigir in the mid already poking out Killian on that Xavier. Xavier though, he's on that lethal ignition, so I do believe that it is going to deal quite a lot of damage, and if he manages to poke Basigir out in the early game itself, the lethal ignition would be enough to finish him off. Then again, Beleric moving towards the top lane. Smart play. Both the tanks are gonna support their marksman. The babysit. And look at that reflect coming in by the shield. That's what I was mentioning. The taunt also pretty well timed. But then again, neutral fights between both the teams going on for now.
Yeah, that's the reason why you take Lolita against marksmen like Beatrix or Carrie. You're not gonna be so annoyed by them like other tanks would. Oh, that could have been in that, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he could have been in danger. Okay, are you gonna call him? What are you gonna call him?
Oh, but I don't know what to say here. The Xborg and Aurora in the mid lane trying and engage onto Kellyan. The Purify was baited out just so easily, I would say. And then again, in the bottom lane, Alpha did manage to bait out Terizla's flicker as well. So it would be a rather easy turtle for the side of NXP Rewoken, which is going to be up in just 3 seconds. Team, what do we say? Oh, correct me there, Jenny, please. But
NXP and
yes.
Team Orpheus, yep.
Team Orpheus would be looking to contest the turtle since it's an Xborg and the lasting insanity is gonna deal a hell lot of true damage. But the Terizla, he's nowhere to be seen though. They're gonna engage.
Yep, and the last insanity has been used up. He has taken a turret and he's gonna massacre their team. Double kill by Kurt. Gonna go for a third, and the kill has been secured by Baziger. He's also gonna go and grant have turtle buff. That was a pretty awesome early start, but in the top lane, Kaneki versus McVeigh, and that is a solo pickoff by McVeigh right under the turret. Well, they could not have traded. I thought maybe they were gonna trade the turtle for some kills, but that didn't happen. Team Orpheus did not just steal the turtle, but also massacred them.
Beautiful double kill coming in by that Xbox with the lasting insanity on the bot lane once again. Skirmish between that Terizla Aurora and the Arlord, but Arlord will manage to live at least for this once. And oh my god, that Aurora frigid in the turtle area, that was so beautiful to see even, and the lasting insanity combination as well. Kellyan, looking at the items, Kellyan actually picked up on his Sky Piercer as his first item. That is a bit questionable, I would say, especially because he's a mage who is a scaling kind of champion, so that would be pretty dicey.
Yeah, definitely. But meanwhile, Turks versus John Oti, and he just melted him. The tank was like a paper. Again, they're not giving up just on John. They're going for more kills. They're going. The next target is Mark Bailey, and Mark Bailey, bro, so out of position. That was a foreman dive inside the turret, and Kellyan could be in danger. The last insanity is still there, but Kellyan is just gonna retreat. Well, the next turtle will be up in just 10 to 15 seconds, but meanwhile, Cerberus versus, that's Cerberus or Cerberus? Yeah, Cerberus versus no name Arlott guy, the bottom lane. Cerberus trying to swing off his hammer, but Arlott standing with a tanky one.
Yes, and Arlott does have a name though, but neither of us can read it because of our devices. His name just doesn't want to show up for us. And then the Xbox is actually looking to secure that turtle. Pyrrhix is very ahead. Penalty zone has been used up.
They won't connect up on Kellyan and Sorodi. Kellyan managing to escape a little bit of HP, but John Odi is not going to be able to do the same. They're going for the next target, and their hyper is down as well. They're not going to give up. They're okay. Arlott is just a little bit too much to chew in the moment. In the top lane again, Kaneki being dominated by McVeigh, even though McVeigh has lost his turret. Look at his confidence.
Yeah, it's the goal advantage, but it's not even an advantage, but it's just the item. That Hunter Strike is going to give a lot of damage to the Beatrix on his machine gun as well as the rocket. So she knows that she can fight against the Nathan, especially because he's on a lethal ignition and no inspire. So 1v1, the Nathan would win, and look at that engage.
Yeah, paper tag, John Odi very low on HP, and oh, that's a flaker play being used up to save his dear life. That was close. I mean, it's sad that John OT, actually Balric is a really good pick, but against this draft, I don't know how much. I think that Lolita was cherry on top of the icing. Like peanut butter cookie cutter. The Balric is gonna find it hard because he's gonna have to come inside. He's gonna have to taunt them. He's gonna have to place the Dryad properly, or else it's gonna be pretty useless. It's not even that tanky as of now. He's the first one to get picked up in almost all the gangs. Again, looks like there will be a gang forming in the bottom lane.
Yes, definitely. Look at that Arlot. He is aware of his danger. The Lolita engaging right under the turret, but Arlot Alpha is there for the backup. The penalty zone has been used.
Penalty zone connecting up on that Arlot as well as final flame using last insanity coming in, but not being able to take a kill. This might not be how they wish to do, and they instead might be doing a mistake. And there you go. What a turn of event! What an outplay! What a bounce back! They did bite more than they could chew, and they are being punished for that. Top lane, Kaneki and Basiger versus John OT and McVeigh. No minions, so they're gonna disengage. But what just happened in the bottom lane was so unfortunate for Orpheus.
Orpheus just managed to engage way too deep. They went under the turret, and the turret was completely in favor of NXP, so they managed to survive that wrath. And the third turtle will be finally secured by the side of Team NXP Revulcan. We could see a possible comeback because they have managed to secure the goal lead, at least close down to just 2k for now. And look at that top lane.
Power charge connecting on McVeigh, but they are not looking for a fight here. I think that what happened in the bottom lane just now was a power spike. Things did change. They did undo the goal lead just a little bit, even not completely. Again, Cerberus just swinging up his hammer on Arlot, but he's not going to be able to take him down, given the fact that both of them are tanky, very tanky to be honest.
Yep, and the Arlot, though he has the damage emblem, the fire emblem, he's actually going ahead for a tank build with 17 stacks of Thunderbolt. That is pretty crazy, I would say, since it's only 8 minutes in the game. That's what building the Thunderburst at the first item slot does for you. It just makes you so tanky. And if you look at the stats, the attributes, he is at a whooping 112 physical defense, which is nearly equal to his tanks, which is one item.
Okay, Kaneki. Whoa, that Riot came in handy with the missiles from McVeigh, and Kaneki being dominated once again in the top lane. The thing is, McVeigh, okay, in the bottom lane, penalty zone being used up. I suppose not yet. My bad, Cerberus just using up his penalty zone to escape, but that's not gonna be enough. He's gonna be punished for biting more than he can chew. Just once again, last insanity being already used up, and that was just for another escape. But they're not gonna give up. They're chasing him down like hungry predators. Basiker not in a very good position. Look at that final slash coming in, but as of right now, Basiker is definitely in a position to escape from that one. The thing is, as of right now, McVeigh and John OT, they're sticking together like two peas in a pod. Maybe that's the reason why Kaneki was once again dominated in the top lane. They're gonna have to look out for Kaneki because this guy is not being able to farm. That McVeigh, that Beatrice is coming up, it's very heavy on him, but they are already starting up the Lord, and the other team, Orpheus, is not ready yet for a contest.
Yes, and oh my god, McVeigh's gold is actually far ahead of either of the team members. And look at that alpha charge coming in. There's a possible engage.
Yeah, Frigid Gates have been used. The last insanity chasing down Killian, and Killian is down already. Penalty zone being used up. John OT will be in danger once again. Paper tank, I should say. Arlot very low in HP. He is punished as well. That's just one man standing. It is almost on wipeout, but well, Larry will be recalling as of now. They did manage to take the Lord, but then Orpheus massacred them.
This is what they say, never engage after a Lord. And look at what happened to Team NXP. They engage right after a Lord, and that also on the Lolita, who is the frontliner. The Lolita does have the dominant size as well as the floods. Obviously, she's going to survive an all-out burst because there is not enough anti-heal coming in by the side of NXP. And now, looking at that, no one was there to mark the Nathan because all the skills were used up on the Lolita, which means the Nathan easily managed to get that double kill and get his goal lead right back up.
Yeah, I guess where they messed up is that right after the Lord, Alpha just used Spear of Alpha on Lolita. Lolita's not the person you should be targeting with Spear of Alpha. Maybe he has learned his lesson. But meanwhile, they're trying to pressurize on the bottom lane. They have McVaney there, they have Arlott over there. Already missiles being used up. But that's not gonna be amounting to them taking the turret as of now. Again, Lolita's on a very good position. So you do have the vision, power charge on Arla, but again, they're gonna have to be playing a little bit passive as of now. They're gonna have to focus on the wave management because of the Lord. The waves are not in favor of Orpheus, but okay, Saber will get picked up, I suppose, but that flicker play coming in, saving him as of right now.
Yes, and that was a beautiful escape by the Terizla. But you know what? Coming back to items, since it's my job, the Gojo, our Xavier, he has 0 kills in this game. And he has still built up on the Skypiercer. Call me a criticizer, but I do not think that building the Skypiercer when you have 0 kills is a pretty smart decision. It just ruins your entire item set. Just go ahead for the glowing one, go ahead for the lightning, or even the winter crown if there's a lot of dive heroes. It would save you, you know?
Yeah, I should have to say it's a waste of time and money. With a Piercer is your first item, you could have gone for better options. And had he done that, I think starting from the early game, he would have been dealing a lot of damage. He just had to dodge the Guardian reflection of Lolita, and that's it. He'd be stunning everyone, he'd be dealing damage to everyone, but well, bad choice. He might learn next time. Again, penalty zone connecting on Larry. He's gonna be punished for being out of position. But look at that outplay coming in from Mug Bailey. He has taken a Lord. It's gonna be double kill, I suppose. But Kalian managed to take a kill. But Baziker, Zod OT once again with 054 KDA, just giving up his life for nothing time and again.
He did do something in this fight, at least though his ultimate was the reason that Ken Kaneki went down. They managed to shut that mutant down because the ultimate dealt a huge ton of damage. As well as looking at the map, I do think it will be an easy Lord for the side of NXP Revoke and Kyrix out there trying to contest, but they are just enough for that zone. Look at that hollow purple by our Gojo connecting onto them, and they would be looking to back right up.
Well, like I said before, that Dawning Light is starting to deal damage, but I guess just not enough so far. And yeah, this Lord definitely should have come easy for them because it was 5 versus 3 and they had no resources to actually go in contest for the Lord. The Lord's marching in from the top lane. Sarah, do you think they will be able to defend this Lord?
I do believe it's possible. The Terizla and the Lolita have their spells. They just have to use it properly and stun out on McVilly and Kalian so that they cannot deal any damage from the backline. The Belleric though, he is the one who actually has to do his set better if Team NXP wants to end. But at least for now, it's a non-enhanced Lord and it's completely defendable for the side of Orpheus.
Yeah, you know, one good thing they did by picking that Beatrice is that Lolita cannot counter the missiles. She's gonna deal the damage anyway. Alright, again, the Lord is marching in the top lane. The inhibitor taking. Okay, I thought maybe actually they're gonna try and get the inhibitors, but none has yet been taken down. It's actually pretty good defense, but Cerbera not in a very good position so far. And that flicker play coming in saves his life.
Ooh, that Beatrix was actually pretty aggressive. He was hungry for that tower, you know, and then Lolita. Aha! Did you see that reflection for that rocket ultimate? So perfectly well done. It has been used up by Aurora, but no, nothing much coming in from the and Ken Kaneki managed to secure the kill on the Arlott.
Yeah, we actually did that. I think they're looking for a penalty zone. Okay, I'm sorry, doesn't have that. But they are going in. They're charging. They're charging 5 versus 4. And that's a Newton plus right on point. John OT once again. They are going for the hilarious right now. Okay, that's immortality popping up. But he's gonna be punished anyway. McVeigh trying to deal a lot of damage. But actually, Guardian's reflection gets McVeigh killed. Larry running for dear life. A lot of spell vamp coming in as well. Oh, look at that spell vamp. Are you kidding me? Last insanity being used up and that man was standing still.
Oh my god, that was such a beautiful play by that Alpha, and if he had just a little bit more farm, oh Jenny, that would have been a complete 3-man kill by that Alpha. He is performing so well for his team. that Jorodi on that Belleric as well as Hellion, they need to show up for him because Team NXP, they have such a fair chance of actually winning this. And you know what? Lolita might just be the unsung hero, that MVP for the side of Orpheus if they manage to take the win in this game.
Yep. You know, I was so stunned. I do know that Alpha's got a lot of spell vamp, but that was so unexpected. He strikes back. He gets another kill on Kaneki. Again, they are going for the Lord right now. Magveli is on the Lord while Arlot's trying to distract the entire team. Penalties on connecting on Zodi in a very worst possible moment. While Magveli is taking the Lord, they're just expending all their skills. Once they get the Lord, they can actually come and fight, but Guardian Reflection almost got Magveli killed, but the Kaneki diving inside the turret. Frozen in use up. Lost Insanity coming in for Arlot, and he's still standing strong. Final slash being used up. This is almost a wipeout. There you go. He will be punished. He will be punished. He will be definitely going down. They have already taken the Lord too, and it's a wipe out. What a bounce back. What a play. What an impact by Magveli. This is gonna be a smooth victory for Team NXP. Wait a second. They don't have the minions. So they do have the minions as well.
What a turn of plays! NXP Rewoken has been rewoken and they managed to take the victory in game number 2. It was a beautiful comeback, I would say, because we did not see that Belleric performing well in the early game, and it was alongside Berserker for the side of Orpheus, and everyone was actually rooting for them. But McBelly and that Larry on Alpha, they managed to turn this around completely and take the win in their hands.
Yep, definitely. I have to mention that McVeigh's impact in this game. Constantly, even when he was solo against Kaneki, he dominated this guy the whole time, not letting him farm. Look at the goal difference. It's not too much. But in the early game, this guy was so annoyed by McVeigh that his impact was so much lesser than him. And that bottom lane outplay was a power spike for them to bounce back. Again, they barely made any mistake. They took the Lord in the early game. They did, but the moment they started to bounce back, made power spikes, they started giving back, and then the Lord still and making them react. Orpheus just expended all their resources while McVeigh was taking the Lord. Leaves them with the benefit of being able to engage right after taking the Lord. Well, these kind of mistakes you want to avoid in a tournament. But then again, all over, this was a wonderful match, guys. This is not it. We're gonna be back with the third match very soon. Do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Bang, 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 bang. Come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in with the going up. Better rig her up while you looking like a snap. Put you in a car fight. Like, better get the fuck up. But another round, cause you get a fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you. put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Yeah, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go with my try, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, but you're making so much cash, I can't see the flow. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe, cause I'm fitting here all late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an old green free, no deckers. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna I took it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking pants up. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Let it go, she got all of my songs, yo. Took it to the bed, yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, just the African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I know your voice, sound like love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around freak in a nerd circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I hit her. I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel. She a mess, clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Looky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love calling again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love calling again,
telling you. This is what makes heartbreak so difficult to heal. Addicts know they're addicted. They know when they're shooting up. But heartbroken people do not. But you do now. But you do now.
And welcome, folks. This is your caster Baldu13, along with Silverhawk, and we will be your casters for this game of the Masters Challenge held by Esports Legends. And we welcome you back to another really interesting game. It is Team Yeba versus Zero Limit, and right now Team Yeba has the first ban, and they have instantly taken out Terizla. So welcome, Silver, to this match. What do you feel? How does it look like?
And from the side of Team Yaiba, they actually have the first pick. So the Roger and those assassins like the Ling and Hayabusa, they should be the one to prioritize those heroes. But they've actually decided to ban out the Terizla. So what do you think about that ban, though?
And I think it is a fair ban. Maybe I've seen a lot of times in the tournaments the teams are actually letting Roger go, unless especially in the best of 3 in the first match, almost always the Roger is left open. And then after they lose to it, or it was a problem for them to deal with, they ban it out. But the Terizla is a good ban because on the EXP lane he is without a doubt one of the strongest EXP laners right now. So that the blacksmith's body, which gives him that damage reduction paired with the blood wings, give him like a 30 plus 35% damage reduction. He gets spell vamp on top of that, so he's just really annoying to burst down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Unreal from Zero Limit has taken out that Zuzhan, those soul lanterns and that soul snares. They're just really annoying. We've seen how devastating this hero can be throughout throughout her performance, not just in the Pro League, but also in just regular rank games. She's just an absolute menace to deal with because she can bait out your blink skills so easily. And on the other side, Yaiba has instantly responded by taking out that chip. That chip with his portals, that shortcuts, is just an absolute menace. It is so hard to split push, because usually if your team is losing, because chip gives so much early game, you will almost guarantee to lose the early game. So your jungler or your marksman tries to respond by split pushing, which is a really common tactic. But when that chip shortcut is there, that is put out of the plan. Lui, Chip, Ling, these 3 heroes are just really annoying to split push against. And a Fanny. So yeah, there's a Hylos ban. Do you think they should have banned out the Zask or something instead of the Hylos? Is the Hylos really that needed?
I don't think so. And I would agree, they should have banned that Zask because they have the second pick. So, but I do think so. They're planning some mind games or kind of good draft for themselves, because I think they're just banning as much heroes they hate. Like the Zukshin, it's like a common ban as you mentioned, and the Hylos. I don't think they like that Hylos either. But just to say, the Team Yaiba, as I repeated that, they have the first pick, so they definitely have something up their sleeve. And yep, as you mentioned, they most probably gave out the Roger, but they just took out the Roger even after having the first pick.
And I think maybe they want to play something like a Hayabusa or a Ling. A Ling would be a little less favorable in an early pick, but maybe they just want to try to get the Zask for themselves. They maybe would want a strong maybe Carmilla, because I've seen sometimes they kind of preemptively pick a Carmilla because it's one of those roam heroes that just is so it has so much utility. You can pair it up with nearly any mage. But you have that Zask is still open. There are 10 seconds to the final ban for the first draft phase. But no, they have taken out the Ling. We will not be seeing this wall hugging assassin, the Tempest of Blades, which are just absolutely devastating to any mid laner or any squishy in general, and even tanks in the late game in this map. In this match for now, but right now it is on to Yaiba, and they've instantly picked up that Ruby, and I think this Ruby will be going into the gold lane. The double fighter comp that Bengal servers just love to use.
That could be true, but just regardless of the fact, they still have two more meta heroes open, like as you just said, the Zask's open, and as well as this Hayabusa open as well. So, but like they have decided to pick that Edith as a counter for that Ruby. I don't think it's going to be the counter, but as you said, like the Ruby will most probably going on to the gold side. So they'll most probably pick another fighter for onto the gold, I'm sorry, the EXP lane, so that there's a lot of more frontline. Because if the Ruby decides to go on to the damage build, I'm offended, and those CCs, it's going to be totally brutal, probably.
Right on top of that, we have had an instant pick from Xylem onto that Edith. There was little to no hesitation from this man, and I think it will be the Edith who will be going into the gold lane to counter Yui on this Ruby. Meanwhile, Lucy has picked up the Arlot, and it is still yet to see if the Arlot will go on the roam or EXP. But considering the current meta and how things are going, this Arlot will be going on to the EXP lane, maybe with a semi tank or a full tank. Those hybrid tanky builds which build HP more than defense. But maybe that's what we'll be seeing, because the Thunderbelt, with that new revamp on the Thunderbelt, well, it's not new now, but that Thunderbelt revamp has made it a core item for literally every single hero, and even marksmen are nowadays building it just for a little additional sustain. Meanwhile, Sid and Youth have picked up that Vexana, the Eternal Guard. The Death's Grasp will be really annoying. The amount of CC the Eternal Guard can bring in can really tilt a fight into Yaiba's favor. And you have the light wheel marks that are dealt by carry, will be giving a lot of true damage. And so far we have a lot of variety in terms of the damage dealt by Team Yaiba. You have the true, you have the magic burst, you have the physical sustain. And all of these heroes are not some that are killed that easily, because compared to other marksmen, carry is a little tankier.
And actually, like they have the professor as locked onto that Lunox, so they have the scaling comp along with themselves. Like if they wait for the late game, onto the side of Team Yaiba, there's carry to just scale up and give a lot of damage onto those speedy light wheels, and onto the professor, onto the side of Zero Limits. They have those Chaos Salt for that Lunox to just melt that Ruby, but I do think, like as you said, like the Ruby is onto the gold side, right? So to the tank and the EXP, she'll be able to just melt them onto the Dark Ultimate, but it just depends on how good scaling does that Professor. But regardless of the fact, we can just see Corfu just panning out to that Aurora. I don't think they want any more CC to just given on to the hands of Zero Limits, though.
And right now, Zero Limit does have a lot of CC taken away from their side. The EXP options were limited. They are kind of, it feels like Yaiba is banning one hero from each role, and the only thing left for them is to ban out a gold lane. But on the other side, there are few roam options have been taken out, and I think Professor is playing a Lunox in mid, because unless Edith or Arlot, one of them has to go on roam. Otherwise, this Lunox will be a mid lane Lunox. And meanwhile, the Frigid Glacier has been taken out. It's Aurora who was the 4th ban from Yaiba. And right now they are waiting, and they're going to be deciding their 5th ban. And let's see what it could be. I think it might be something like some kind of, jungler, because you would like to remove the Hayabusa. You would not like to waste your flickers just to deal with a Haya. Maybe some other kind, maybe a Yin too, it might work, because they're just so much engage and initiate from the side of Zero Limit. So Yin could do a lot of damage in the backline amidst all that chaos. But right now Knockfit is still waiting. He is still thinking as to what to take out. Will he be taking out this ban on time? But yes, it is the Julian. The Julian, one of the most versatile heroes in that jungle because he scaled so hard from level 3, man. He has the swords, he has the chains, he has the scythe, and all of them can be enhanced at his option. And right now, they by banning out that Julian, they have left the Hayabusa for Unreal, and he has that Exorcist skin popping. Maybe a spender here, but right now, if the Hayabusa is picked up, you have someone who can actually reach the backline. Because if you take a frontline fighter or a tank jungle, it'll be really difficult to catch, this carry. So, Silver, do you think Alpha, which, Knockfit is hovering over, is a good option for, Yaiba, or should they respond with an assassin pick of their own?
And like I would, after looking at the drafts, they already have enough CC. Like there's Ruby's Am Offended along with the Eternal Guard for that Vexana. But like getting that alpha onto their hands will be just giving a lot of true damage to that Edith and Arlot. So there's one more CC, and oh my god, like Corfu has locked onto that Tigreal, so you can just add like one or two CCs to the total CCs. And like if you just, I'm like totally surprised. Like why are they not picking Zask? Even if the Lunox, the professor, wanted to go to the gold lane, there should have been something.
And you are true on that part. It feels like, Yaiba's draft is a little more balanced. Nearly every hero of theirs has some kind of escape or engage skill. They have CC on them. You have the Ruby, you have the Eternal Guard. There is the implosion on the Tigreal. You have Alpha's charge on his ultimate. But meanwhile, you have to wait for Edith to make a really well placed Earth Shatter, or Akai's heavy spin has to be really situational in landing a really good final slash or a heavy spin to lock down the opponent. But it is not that hard to land a implosion comparatively. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is not that hard compared to landing an Arlot or a well timed Earth Shatter. So Zero Limit, in a sense, have to be a little more careful. They need to without items compared to the damage and the utility given by Knockfit and his team. And right now we enter the land of dawn. Both sides are starting towards their jungle, getting a little feel, and now it's up to you, Silver. Take over from here.
And like, but as you mentioned, like there's the perfect implosion plays from Corfu, but like there's Akai. It is picked as a counter for the Tigreal. Like the implosion, he'll be just using that heavy spin to just disrupt that implosion and just saving everyone's life at this point. But we can just see onto the mid side, there's Corfu just helping that Vexana at this point, and they'll be just rotating onto the gold side. And you can see like there's Edith onto the gold side, so the Primal Wrath, it's going to be totally devastating for that carry to handle in 1v1 situation.
With that, you have this Akai's villain is taking a lot of damage just to ensure the farming is as fast as possible for his team. The Litho Wanderer will not be contested by the opponent jungler, and Knockfit picks it up for free. Along the top side, the Arlot and Ruby, both of them are poking each other out. They do a really negligible amount of damage, and both of them can just heal up on the minions, so not much to really look at on the EXP lane. But surprisingly, the Ruby has gone on the EXP, and it is kind of not surprising because they picked up a carry, but normally you'll always see a Ruby picked up for the gold lane and not the EXP. Meanwhile, a Flicker Earth Shatter played. There's two CC skills interrupted back by back. Hayabusa is using his OG Shadow Kill, but his Shadow was misplaced. The Earth Shatter is there. They dive in under the turret, and he escapes with a sliver of his HP with a really well placed Flicker. What a play.
Man, they just baited out everything only at 2-minute mark. And if you just see, like the Hayabusa was just locking onto that OG Shadow Kill onto the youth. Like, and also it's going to be the free turtle taken from that alpha. Like there was absolutely no contest, but you can see the Unreal, he actually didn't have the OG Shadow Kill with him. But since they're like level 4, but along with that, they actually don't have the flicker for themselves. So the implosion flicker plays, we won't be seeing that right now. But like onto the mid side, if anyone just pops on, there's Akai to just give him a knock up. For anyone to just come in, and then there goes the Dark form from that Lunox to just melt them down. But we can just see Unreal just going back to the buff rotations. Then he'll be probably ganking onto the gold side, just Tiger to just ensure the safety of that carry. And we can see Akai just casually checking onto the bushes. And Alpha is there. Even if someone just goes on, he still doesn't have the heavy spin with him to just disrupt any ultimates.
And Akai does have to be careful, because while there is a 4-man bush on the bot side by Team Yaiba, they can't be spending so much time, not making any sort of play, because the lane pressure will be in their favor. And right now Hayabusa has engaged, but he just doesn't have any damage onto this Ruby.
Man, what a play, man. But he actually, like, the stacks onto the passives are, but it's going to be the heavy spin has been used up along with the Eternal Guard. It was just giving a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough to take the kill onto that Akai. And he just casually escapes back into the turret. You can just see that Eternal Guard is giving a lot of vision onto that Akai, but the damage wasn't enough to take kill on either of them. And the score, it is just like 0-1. Like, even if the one kill was taken, but it was like they just made some small mistakes. But onto the gold side, we can see they just ganking onto that Edith, and Edith is looking in some trouble. But there goes the Spear of Alpha, and the Primal Wrath goes as well. They're actually trying to gang onto them, and there goes the cursed blast from that Vexana. He was just trying to just choke him down with the CC.
And meanwhile, this Hayabusa has sneakily picked up that blue buff while, Northfet is at bot. The Alpha was trying to get a gank onto this Edith with the help of 3 teammates. But it failed because of that outmaneuver of Edith. You saw how well she used her dash and that Primal Wrath displacement to dodge the Alpha and Implosion. Really well played, but meanwhile Alpha really cleanly picks up a turtle. There's been no contest in terms of that, because the retribution was used by Unreal to secure the blue buff. Meanwhile, not much action happening within the first 5 minutes of the game. There have been plays, but not too successful on either side. The gold is pretty much head in head. Meanwhile, look at this. That shadow blinks him away just a minuscule of a second before that Tigreal's implosion would have caught him down. And that's a close escape for Unreal. I think he will be not taking that much of a risk the next time he tries to dive against this Tigreal. He will be a little more careful with his shadow placement.
But onto the mid side, we can see there's Ogi Shadow kill along with the God Shadow, and there goes the light form from that Lunox and securing the kill onto that Knockfit, and he's looking in some trouble, but the flicker plays from that Lunox just saves the day for himself. But that Alpha, man, what a coordination coming in from that Lunox and Hayabusa. There was only one person and they knew what to do. Now, since there's no Alpha, he can go for even more invasion, but there's still Carry and the Tiger just waiting patiently inside the bush. Even if he goes for the invasion, he'll just disrupt it by using the Sacred Hammer. But they're trying to look for the mid tier. But there's still Vexana under the turret. But you can see there's Tiger onto the bot side. So it's like 3v1 at this point. And he's definitely taking some jungles off from that Alpha.
And so far, you have, there's a slight lead on the side of Zero Limit. Surprisingly, despite requiring a little more item spikes, to actually get their damage running up, they're doing a much more phenomenal job, at least in terms of securing kills and lane pressure. And there has been a dive onto this Vexana, but she uses her Flicker and Eternal Guard to just back away. But meanwhile, Alpha has charged in, the heavy spin being used defensively, and the Flicker play of the Tigreal was interrupted. His implosion will not succeed. He uses it now onto this Akai, but there's just no damage of his team. They were not close enough to this fight to really do anything. And both teams are, using a lot of ultimates, but not getting any results on either side.
Man, what a play. They're trying to get the turtle, but there's the hands going on to that Unreal, and he takes the turtle along. The final slash is there to just give a lot of damage on the CC, and everyone goes into the hands of Team Zero Limits. What a massive play, man. They even got the turtle and even got 4 kills in the team fight. Now even they will go for the more trade, like just taking the mid tier for themselves. Most probably, but what is there? What's happening? Oh my god.
What? Silver did they surrender?
Man, I couldn't believe my eyes. One team fight just caused them to just surrender.
But yeah, showing, and it is the R-Lord who takes away the MVP with having the most teamfight participation apart from the Lunox. And with that, I think unless there has been some issue, I think it has been a valid and legitimate surrender from the side of Yaiba, because they felt the damage from Zero Limit, the showing by them, the performance by the mid trio of Zero Limit was just too much for this carry to respond to, and the Alpha, despite getting the turtles, I think that final team fight, they just collapsed completely, mentally and physically.
Man, like I wanted to just wait to just get for everyone's itemizations, because if you see, like, they almost of them only have like one item, full item for themselves. Like if you see the Akka from the side of Team Zero Limit and the Ayaiba, they almost have the only one item. I was actually waiting to get themselves into the late game, but it actually didn't happen, man.
Yeah, the game ended way before that, and I think, yes, with that, this game is done, and we will be back with a few more games after a short break. Thank you for your patience, viewers. Please like, share, and subscribe to the stream, and let your friends know about it.
bang, 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 bang. Yo, come on, let's do really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in the what the going up. Better bring her up, while you looking like a snap. Put you in a car fight, like, better get the fuck up. But another round, cause you get a fuck up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. So, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Cause I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go with my try, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the flow. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. You some motherfucker, days in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe, cause I'm fitting here, I'm late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green free, no deckers. Shady your cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna fucking ticket to my bedroom, pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking bento. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. When they got, she got all of my sons, yo, took it to the bed, yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No one won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
must walk on water cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I know your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around freak in a nurse circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I just give thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again. This is the Masters Challenge Season 1. And on the left side, it is blue side. It will be Team No Problem taking on Team Red, which will be Team Good First Bloods. And joining me on the caster stats is none other than Silver Rock. And definitely, yeah, the last Uchiha, which is the only last one left in the whole Uchiha clan, though.
That was a good introduction, Sasuke. And yep, you might be the last Uchiha because I'm coming to kill you. But we're not going to talk about that. And let's see if the No Problem wins against the First Blood with No Problem, man.
I kind of like that name. They don't have any problems in their life in the game whatsoever. But moving on to the draft, we are seeing quite a standard ban, Silverhawk. Like we can see a Roger along with that Sushin. What do you think? Like, will there be any shenanigans coming in from Team Blue, or they'll be just prioritizing banning all the standard bans though?
Man, every now and then I'm just obsessed with that. For on to the first pick, the people who have the first pick, they just ban out that Roger instead of prioritizing for them themselves because it's the first pick. So they should be the one who should prioritize those meta heroes like the Roger, the Ling, the Hayabusa, but they're just casually banning that out. I don't think it just lies in the hero pool, but it could be something different else, right? But onto the red side, onto the side of First Blood, it's just some casual normal bans coming onto them because they have the second pick. So they have to just ban out something that they don't need, or either they don't want the first pick to get it onto their hands.
You might be right about that, but again, I would like to correct it because Team Blue, even if they keep the Roger open for themselves, Team Red, they could do the same. Like, you can take the Roger, but again, we'll be taking one or two heroes if you just prioritize the Roger, and that could be a little fatal for Team Blue this time. So, they're not taking the risk since it is the best of one knockout series. So, yeah, with that, I don't think so. Like, they would be going that, but look at that. The third ban from Team Blue, it's going to be the Hylos ban. I mean, I do agree, like, that ban is quite coming in handy because we know the glorious pathway coming in handy from Hylos boosting and slowing the enemy teams, though.
Man, okay, that ban was kind of reliant onto themselves because even if they don't pick it as the first pick, it will be just giving like the payback to the First Blood, and they actually don't want it. But even if they don't ban out from the side of First Blood, if they don't ban out the Ling, they could actually just give out a free hero, like just giving into their hands. Like, just use this hero, use this to kill me. But actually, you can see, like, what if they ban? Like, what are your predictions, Sasuke, right now?
Oh, talk about going at talent. Wait, it's going to be a ban, but wait a minute. I don't see a Zarscoop on the Alien Dominator will be joining the land of Dawnfall on the blue side. Will it be or will it not? We'll be seeing in some minutes. But again, Silverhawk, I do see like there are certain more heroes which I'm not able to see might be open, and that would be quite a good opportunity for First Blood to grab their hands on.
Man, but as you mentioned, yep, the cancer, he's definitely using the cancer. I should just prefer that if he uses cancer skin, it goes perfectly well with his hygiene as well. Like using the Zask Zodiac skin, which is actually the cancer, but your prediction is right, Sasuke. Like he just actually just locked onto that Zask. So even as you said, even after that you said like there's a lot of heroes open right now. I would just have to just tell you one hero or like one or two. Then the first one of it should be Ghost going to that Ruby. If they probably go for that Ruby, it will just give them upper hand. But there comes the second hero, which is going to be the Edith. Do you think they would actually prioritize one of these two heroes?
Well, if Team No Problem secures that, then there might be some problem for Team First Blood though, because I don't think so with these two picks. I mean, Lunox is quite relevant, melting down the frontliners with her duality spells. I mean, the ultimate, the light form and the dark form, and again, we are seeing an Akai that might be on room, that might be on hyper, quite a flex pick. I don't like it, but again, the happy spins or the heavy spins, whatever you say it, might be coming in handy to knock down or lock down that Zask once he is just fixated over to that. But again, I do think like, you're right about it. I mean, this time, Team No Problems, they do have an opportunity to grab that Ruby in the gold lane along with that Edith in the XP lane or roam, vice versa, however they want to play. But this time, they are just locking down that Carmilla along with that Hanabi. Oh, wait a minute. I know. Seeing this Hanabi, I'm quite missing scared yet because, he likes to simp on that ninja.
Man, oh, let's just leave those things. Like it was kind of like a constantly confident aura coming in from that DJ. Like the Hanabi, he was switching to one or two heroes, but he actually wasn't so sure. But he just went to the comfort. Like they're like two people of the heroes using the Hanabi. Either they're like too expert at using Hanabi, or second, like the people as you mentioned, like the scared who are actually the simp of Hanabi.
Oh, let's keep it that way. But in the game, we might see some good plays. I'm literally having the high hopes for this Hanabi, or he might be haunting down his dreams by someone. If you know, you know.
Man, that is true. And we can see from the side of First Blood, they were just looking onto that Martis. But if the Aegis and the shield from to that Hanabi is still there, he won't be able to decimate her as far as possible because the attack speed, getting that Martis from first skill and the second skill, it's going to be totally brutal. But it is just capped up to 120%. So those basic attacks, man, it's going to be totally insane to just giving a bunch amount of damage to that Hanabi. But it all depends on to the positioning, right, Sasuke?
Yeah. And in the contrary, I'd like to highlight or add few points to the Martis jungle. He could have the early snowball, then the team First Blood, they could probably have the good opportunity if the Martis snowballs in the early game. And again, Martis do scales and deal too much damage in the early game just with the second skill along with it. It provides him to avoid a CC, which might be coming in handy. But look at that dance coming in from both of the teams. It is going to be the phobias that Yushang. And meanwhile, we are seeing some hyper bans coming in from First Blood this time. Silverhawk.
Man, but as you just said about the Martis, what if he just skips all those things and he just goes for like decimate, double kill, triple kill, all the savage up to? Like, I'm excited about to see that, but it all depends up to him how he plays. Like, because there's Hanabi, man, like she has a lot of movement speed, but man, when the decimate perfectly hits, the movement speed of that Martis from the turtle, he becomes like the rabbit. So, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Oh, a wild rabbit just chasing you with some pointy sharp teeth. That is quite scary. I don't want that thing to chase me this time, but look at that. Team First Blood, they'll be prioritizing that Popo and Koopa. Man, oh man, talking about chasing things, here is another dog which will be chasing you down with slightly rabid form.
And but if you just talk about those heroes, I would like to just mention as first, is if you see the second phase of banning, is there any use of banning that Hellcut? I just want a personal preference from you, Sasuke.
Well, Hell could be quite coming in handy to just wipe out the backliners. The ultimate from him just creates a nightmaric spawn and he could just roam around and kill the backline with it. And Carmilla in the side of no problem could be a flex fix. Like they could even do a Carmilla jungle this time. If we could probably use that and Hulk at Rome or even in the hyper works really fine. Then I don't think that could be a good ban for Team First Blood as they don't want to take any chances.
Man, but I'm surprised at that Alucard pick. Why does picked as an EXP laner, man? He could just go for a jungler. It would have been a lot better. But going Alucard onto that Vengeance and EXP lane. Man, Sasuke, do you expect this from the side of team? No problem.
Oh, wait a minute. That Alucard on EXP could shred the whole entire team because, the all healing items along with that vengeance could really work well along with the new thunder belt which could possibly stack and deal too much of true damage into the exp lane. But again, he might have some problems in the early game laning against that Gatotkacha. I believe he is the one who will be just facing him in the exp lane. But again, if the game moves to the late game, then he'll be quite a sustained boy with the lifesteal he has.
Man, come on, man. Alucard EXP, bro, against the Gatot, but it just depends how he minions. If he just goes for the free hit, one hitting those minions to only get the gold and just back off, it could be a preferable gameplay from that EV at this point, though.
It is quite a surprising pick, the Alucard in the EXP, because we hope to be a strong CC or counter picks for in the terms of EXP, but this time we are seeing an Alucard. So, I'm quite with you. We both. We are just moving into the land of Dawn. This is game number 4 battle between the Team Blue, which will be. Oh, I forgot the team names. Silver, would you like to highlight the team names though?
Problem versus First Blood onto the red side. And we can see there's Nolan, the Carmilla, along with those first kill, she's just casually helping him this, going with the buff rotation too fast, coming in from no problem. So the Popper and Koopa, he'll definitely be facing those wraths from that fracture coming in from that Nolan. But meanwhile, we can see there's Martis onto that Levi skin, man. Sasuke, just regardless of those facts that Martis is still there, I'm just gonna call him Levi.
Oh, Captain Levi Command might be coming in handy and providing him. Well, he is quite a devastating character in the Attack on Titans, and personally my second favorite because I would be the first and topmost in the Attack on Titans, as he is just too devastating hero. But moving on to the draft, we might see a top lane gank.
Man, we can see there's a lot of ganking coming, but there's no wolf onto that Popper and Koopa. There's no Koopa, the damage coming in from that Hanabi, those folks, but he wants to go for the mode, there's still level 4 onto that Nolan. He was trying to take a kill onto that Lunox, but the flicker baiting out only in the first 2 minutes. So there's absolutely no flicker in the next 2 minutes of that Lunox. So the turtle fight, I don't think she will have that flicker ready with him. But onto the mid side there, we can see there's Martis. He was trying to get a vision so that those second skill and the decimate would perfectly work well, but actually it doesn't happen.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we are seeing things are quite to silence because in the XP lane we expect to things go much nasty. Just doing the XP stuffs, showing them who's the boss, I'm the boss. No, not you, I'm going to kill you. But look at that, we might see a good engage, but this time Kaizi would be just backing off as of now, dealing his combination though.
Man, but the Vengeance was used along with those skills. If he had the ultimate, I do think it was weighted as well. But we can see this Martis, he's actually looking for the engage. The Carmilla and the Zask, they're just casually roaming inside the jungle. He actually didn't want those plays coming in from that Martis to don't get those turtle. And I don't think so. It's going to be any contest. But we can see Levi. He wants to steal the turtle, but let's see if the perfectly goes well. But nope. The retribution misplace coming in from that Martis, but we can see there's Gato. He was actually trying to get a kill onto that Zask, but never mind, it's actually didn't happen. And Nolan, like, if he didn't pick off that Popol and Koopa at this point in the late game, he'll be just using those enhance catch him Koopa to just give a lot of damage to that Nolan, and I do think it's going to be totally deleted. And meanwhile, we can see there's the Dark Form coming in from that Lunox, just giving a lot of damage, but there's the Vengeance Poke from that Carmilla, but she falls into the hands of those 4 people.
I was about to say or mention, like, it is already 2 minutes and 50 seconds and we are yet to see the first blood. And just by thinking it, we saw a good play coming in from first blood this time, securing the first blood. How crazy is that?
Man, like, they're just playing respectfully, right? They just don't want to mess it up in the early game because they have the scaling comp. Like, there's Hanavi, there's Popol and Koopa, but we can see Carmilla onto the top side. She's trying to get those engages along with the Curse of Blood, but there's Akai to just reveal her every position.
That happy spins might come in handy, but again, Team First Blood, they have the early fight combination. Like, talk about the Popol, he could just, make his dog to go and bite the enemy and just chunk it out the HP. And talk about the Martis, he is quite the early game hyper. And this time we saw the damage coming in from Lunox is quite good at this point. And technically speaking, Lunox is kind of mid to late game though, but we are seeing the damage is already online. Meanwhile, we can see some awesome plays setup coming in from Akai.
Man, Cancer, he is looking for some engages along with the heavy spin, but there's still the Nightmaric Spawn. He still had those spawns to use and save for his own safety. But onto the mid side, there goes the Carmilla. She's actually looking for an engage, but actually, like, she's already level 5, so I don't think there's any use for her to get those minions. Like, if she gives those minions to the Zask, he'll probably get an item for himself. But we can see there's going to be a turtle contest. We can see Nolan and the Carmilla perfectly having a position for themselves. There's still no Hurricane Dance for themselves. Oh, but the Martis takes the turtle in. There goes the Curse of Blood. It's actually going to the 2 people, but they're going for a dash. It's going to be the perfect destination place, but he actually didn't take it. It's going to be the Popol and Koopa taking the kill onto that Hanabi. And there goes the light form. Alucard actually wanted to join the team fight, but the Akai perfectly just getting onto there to just save that Lunox from every team fight if possible. But there goes the Nolan. He is actually going for an engage, but there's no fracture onto him. But there goes the fracture, but he actually secures the kill onto that Akai.
I have to say that is quite a prolonged team fight, and look at that. 2 members of Team First Blood are just chasing down Cancer at this point. He might be caught down, and that is the killing spree, not a killing spree, but a kill from that Martis. I mean, he is quite looking for the early game kills, and there we go. It is already been 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and we are seeing a 1k gold lead coming in for the side of Team First Blood this time.
Man, what a play coming in from that Levi, man. It was totally perfect. He was just casually chasing onto that Zaz like he was running the marathon, but he actually couldn't beat the movement speed onto that. Oh, but onto the top side, we can see there goes the Curse of Blood along with the heavy spin. They're trying to take the kill, and they'll probably succeed, but there still is the Curse of Blood, but they didn't have enough backup. If there was a Hanabi, the damage and the bay from those basic attacks, it would be brutal to watch, but she still needs all those scaling for herself.
I feel quite bad about that Carmilla, the perfect set, and the team fight Deadpool setup coming in from First Blood is quite coming in handy. I mean, if I'm not wrong, I do think like Carmilla was one falling for the same bush twice this time, so she needs to be quite careful. But look at that Lunox. She is going and pushing down, but this might be some trouble as light form being popped out.
Man, what a play from that Lunox. The Lunox as well as that Nolan. He was actually trying to get a kill. He actually assumed that the light form isn't onto that Lunox, and the moment he actually thought there isn't one, then pops the light form and onto the turtle. We can see the Levi. He's looking for an engage on the turtle, but yep, it's going to be an uncontested turtle because Carmilla was still there, just zone them off. We can see Akai. He's looking for an engage with a heavy spin. But oh my god, what is that? Like, he's just casually playing the Beyblade among those minions.
My boy, Big Fat Panda is having his own time, making him happy and just circling around with his bamboo stick.
Man, that was way too interesting to watch out. But onto the mid side, we can see this Lunox. She's actually looking for an engage, but there's like 3 people back up coming onto that Zask. He still has the Nightmare spawn with him. There goes the curse of not being connected, and Nolan looking for a fracture, but there goes the light form. He still doesn't have enough damage to take the kill. But the Gutto, he just falls into the hands of those team people, and Martin's looking for an engage with the Decimate. But he actually didn't have much damage. But there goes the killing spree for 1v1 onto that Popo and Koopa and the Hanabi.
Oh, in the midst of the fight, Alucard did a best job just pushing down the bottom lane, but this time he might be in some trouble, but that seems not the case as the Vengeance coming in handy for Ivy, making sure he gets his hands a kill over to that Martis. Meanwhile, in the mid fight, I don't think like Lunox was in some dire situation in the middle lane. What happened, Silvok?
Man, I couldn't say because right now she still does have the blood wings on her, and even if someone goes for the gank onto her, she'll be just casually using those flicker and the light form, and that's what every time is happening. Like Nolan, he's looking for the fracture engage and taking the kill, but she just uses the light form and just backs off from every situation. And there's Akai to just use the heavy spin, unlike he used onto the mid side, but we are not going to talk about that. We can see like if he wanted to go for an engage, the Nolan, he's just securing every bush to make a death bush. If anyone just pops out of nowhere, he'll be just going and taking the kill onto him.
Meanwhile, look at that bot side. Like Lunox is quite coming in handy. She's just waiting for the Ivy to jump out of the tower, and it might be a surprise attack for him. But look at that, the Lord has been spawned and it is in the bottom side. So what do you think? Like this time in the bottom side, will we be seeing a spicy things?
Man, like the Gutto, I think he used the ultimate way too early. Like the Lunox, she was patiently waiting to bait out the Lookout out of the turret, but it actually didn't happen. We can see the Carmilla just zoning them off from the Lord onto the mid side. We can see there goes the heavy spin. This guy loves to play Beyblade among the air and those minions, Sasuke.
I mean, he's just quite too obsessed with Natalia. He seems like that is some invisible enemy just lurking around me. Let me use the Beyblade and just let me save myself from that invisible enemy, which we never saw though.
That could be true because there was absolutely no Natalia. But to the Lord side, I do think like they're just casually preferring those bushes and trying to make a death bush. Like you can see there's XYZ. He's looking for an engage onto the Gutto. He still doesn't have his own backup. There goes the Pops, the Vengeance onto that Gutto. But the ultimate, it was way too skeptical onto them because he didn't have much sustain onto him to just. But onto the mid side, we can see the Nightmare spawn. But the Lunox, she still has a light form with her. So she preferred to use that flicker instead of light form.
No, I don't think like using a flicker is not a viable option because you could do a Ruby DD combination with a flicker, but this time we won't be seeing an light form. I don't think like this cooldown. Wait a minute, she might be in some trouble, and as we talk about it, it did pop out. Now look at that Silver Rock. My man, this big fat panda is just having his own moment.
Man, but there goes a split push. He's looking for an engage onto that Popol and Koopa. There goes a fracture. But the double kill taken onto that Popol and Koopa. If he didn't have much backup onto that Carmilla, the Popol would have escaped with absolutely zero support. Like he was just giving a lot of damage and he handled 1v2 situation. Like even if the Carmilla was added, it was like 1v3 situation for himself.
It was not a 1v2 situation. In spite, before that, he did a 1v1 situation with the Hanabi and he managed to secure a kill. And with the response, the team backup from Team No Problem was just to there and on point. But look at that, we might see some Lord fight. There we go, Silver Rock.
Oh my god, it goes a perfectly decimate. It's going to the killing spree taken from Catchian. He's looking for an engage, like the Dark Form and the Chaos Assault. Man, it was giving a lot of damage onto that Carmilla and the Ivy. I'm sorry, Ivy, did he actually? I don't think so. He actually joined the team fight, but the Vengeance and those ultimates were probably used. Like he was looking for the Pigeon Wave, but the lifesteal, he didn't have enough lifesteal to just sustain all that damage.
At this point, I would like to see the itemization coming in from Alucard because this is quite a mid game, and I just think like he should be quite coming in handy. And look at that, he has made the Hunter Strike along with the Queen's Wings and the Legion Swords. I do think like he'll be going for a Blade of Despair, and no Vortex this time for that guy, and neither the Thunderbelt. I do think like he needs to work on the itemization. But look at that, as the Lord marches the enemy base from the top side, we might see a possible engage, but it happened too soon. So what happened? I do miss out the fight though.
Man, if you just see the Ruby DD combo from that Lunox, just as you speak, like if you wanted the Ruby DD combo, like the catch said say no more, and he actually did that Ruby DD combo along with the Flicker, and you actually missed it. But the bot tier, they're looking for an engage. There's Gutto and the Lunox along with the Panda. They're looking for an engage, but there's Hanabi. Like even if someone goes for herself engage, like despite of all those engages, all those CC, the only one person to just kill Hanabi in 1v1 is none other than that Popol.
So just for fun fact, let's call that a guy a happy guy, because we know like how happy he is just to use his ultimate, even though there's no one around it though.
Man, you don't say that, but that is actually true. Like, what if he actually just be skeptical on that, and what if he gives a perfect set for his team? You never know, right? But meanwhile, we can see like for the buff actually, but the retribution plays coming in from that XYZ will just give him the blue buff. They were actually looking for an engage and the invasion from the side of Team First Blood, but never mind, that actually didn't happen.
Man, look at that positioning and rotation coming in from First Blood. They are looking for a team fight at this point in the red buff. Look at that. Engage coming in from Gatotkat, Silver Rock.
Man, what a play coming in from the Gatto. They're looking for an engage along with the Curse of Blood. It's still there along with the light form has been used up. He's casually just saving his HP back, but they're looking for the heavy spin, and Sasuke, there goes the perfectly heavy spin, but they actually took the kill onto that XYZ as well. Like they're looking for the engage, but the Mantis just escapes the barely HP. Hanabi actually wanted to just chase them, like, wait a second, I'm gonna take a kill onto you because she is farmed enough, but no way! No! Like double kill for that Popol and Koopa, but he still falls into the hands of this Ivy. Like he was looking for an engage, but the overextension from that Popol and Koopa actually lost his life. But he actually got 2 kills for the favor of his own life.
That lightsaber is quite coming in handy for that Alucard, and I do believe that is the character called Obanai. If I'm not wrong, correct me, Silverrock.
Wait, what? I do think so, but never mind, that's...
I technically forgot the name, like he is the Jedi Master, what's his called, the name, I forgot it, man. But this time you're saying the second Lord being secured from First Blood, and it is the level 2 Lord, a Luminous Lord, which would be hurting a tower too much, and it would be going from the top lane. But look at that. This time Team First Blood, all they need to do is just synchronize the lane, and with that, they're just onto it. But look at that. Kaizi over to that red bush, and no problem seeking for a dead bush setup.
Oh my god, that death bush was perfectly connected by those 5 people. Like, she actually didn't even got a chance to light form. Like, if you're just going wandering, if you're Lunox, if you're just trying to check the bush, you should have actually got those light form onto yourself so that the brilliance will actually help you. But that actually didn't even happen, and onto the mid side, the tier 2 has been taken from all the lanes, and the Lord is going to the tackle given onto the turret, and the turret falls into the hands of the Lord, and the Lord, he's just, like, even if they're trying to seek the waves, they should have gone for an engage, because there's a Panda, there's Gattu for the perfect engage, but it's actually not looking really good for themselves.
The happy guy is looking quite happy at this point, looking for a quite good setup along with that Katot Kacha as you mentioned. But I'm quite surprised to see like how Team No Problem managed to defend. Oh, we see like there is the Hanabi, and in the late game she will be the one defending and dealing too much of damage along with that Zask, which is, I don't want to say the name because it quite be like, let's not say the name of
man, but just leave those things apart. But no problem. Like, do you think like the name of that squad? Do you think like right now are they facing any no problems for themselves?
Wait, they are facing quite problems because talk about the goal lead, talk about the tower. Like they both of the scenario, they are lacking behind. We can see like they have already took the one tower which is from the bottom lane, and that was the Ivy securing a tower in spite in the midst of some nasty team fights which was happening in the mid lane, but not the goal lead at this point. It is already near 17 minutes and 15 seconds in the game, and we are seeing 4K, not a 4K, but a 3K goal lead coming in for the first blood.
There goes the vision, and actually, like they were trying to get a kill onto anyone, but KYZ, he's looking for an engage along the ice retribution to slow them down and use the perfect fracture. But there's like 4 people patiently waiting for a death push, and Lunox, like the Catchin, he's waiting patiently. If anyone just comes, I'm just gonna use the dark form along with the chaos assault to just chunk those HP down. But Popol, he's just landing all those perfect traps. If anyone just falls into those traps, he's totally dead, man. He's totally dead. You have gotta take it.
And the lane clearing coming in from first blood will be coming in handy because we can see the third lord has been spawned up, and this might be quite a troublesome lord for team. No problem in spite of the name though, but look at that damage coming in from that Ruby along with that Popol, not Ruby but a Lunox along with that Popol, melting down that lord within an instant, and with that they'll be just stealing off the blue buff from that Nolan. I feel pretty bad for Kaizi though.
Man, if you see like the Popol, he actually used that on Inspire to just chunk down that HP of Lord, but the Lunox, she actually just refused to use that ultimate. But like if the Lord is marching, but there goes the fracture and the kill taken onto that Popol and Koopa. He was actually way too far away, and he still didn't have those ultimates for him, and along with the Inspire plays not coming in from the Popol and Koopa, but the Lord. I do think like they'll manage to defend this slot at this point, because there's like 5v4 situation at this point. But Carmilla looking for an engage. There goes the heavy spin perfectly connected at this point. You can just forget the past, and the vengeance being popped up. They're looking for an engage along the fracture, and there goes the curse of blood. Looking for an engage for that Gatukaka as well. Like they're looking for an engage with those decimation coming in for the parties to the IV, but the immortality falls. But he's still alive. But they got the kill. Like there's like 4 people just chunking those HP from those martyrs.
In the midst of team fight, that is RubyD, not a RubyD combination, but a light form being used, and that was quite a lot of damage coming in from that Lunox, but in the process, she'll be going down a perfect combination from that guy, making sure he gets that kill, and in the process, in the previous team fight which just happened near the mid lane of team, no problems base, all I see was just this tiny shurikens just wandering around, hitting the enemies and chunking down their HPs though. This Hanabi might be some trouble for team First Blood.
Okay, what if we see a comeback from no problem? They'll be like, we just faced some problem in the early to mid game, but now we're gonna just pay those problems back to you.
Yeah, it's okay, no problem. We can face it. We can face any problems because we got no problems with it.
That's that could be true, man. That could be true. They'll be the person to prove it wrong. And also, there's like Alucard in their team, and Hanabi and Alucard, man. What an unexpected draft for themselves, but. What if they try to go for a perfect comeback? All they need right now is a perfect position. And looking at that position of that Carmilla, she's looking for the engage, but she actually just left that bush. If she would have just stood there for another 5 seconds, but Lonan, he's looking for exceptionally bad gameplay, man. Like, he shouldn't have gone there, because you can see the Lord is still coming in the next 15 seconds. So if you're just a jungler, you could just stay back with your team, because the tank is the one to just give a lot of vision for you and your team.
I mean, team no problem. They will be losing this 4th Lord again, a late game, super late game Lord. But again, if we talk about the defense, it is quite a solid defense, because we can see like there is the Hanabi along with the Zask, and they do have that Carmilla. So imagine that ultimate coming in from Carmilla, linking down 4 to 5 members of First Blood, and it would be just a cherry on top for Hanabi to just do the basic damage. There we go, a split, splat, sploosh, and there we go, a maniac or a savage for that Shuriken assassin.
Could be, man. We could see, but the only mess up was there from that XYZ, man. Like, he shouldn't have gone there to check the bush, but he was actually looking for the buff as well. But he didn't got it either, and he just lost it his life and costed them another lot for themselves. And I'm really excited to see how this Lord defense goes perfectly for themselves. It's like the evolved Lord, 18-minute Lord. So it's going to be a lot of problem for themselves to handle, and the Lord is just coming from the top lane. So I mean, they if you look at them right now from the side of First Blood, they're prioritizing the top lane bush.
Hello. Like they know, like someone or the Hanabi would be coming in from top to just to clear them, and First Blood, their only option to win is to mark down that Shuriken assassin, because at this point, there we go. Beautiful engagement from Lunox.
And they're looking for an engage along with the gut too. He goes inside, but it's going to the Popper and Koopa, taking the kill onto that Zaz. They're perfectly falling into the hands of First Blood. It's like the double kill taken from the Decimate from that Martis, and just costed them this loss. No problem, but they actually faced a lot of problem. But I don't think so. They'll just casually say now no problem because they've lost this match, Satsuki.
Let's say, like, in spite of having a too much problem, they became a positive attitude. They had the positive mind. So that's why, like, they were saying, like, in spite of having too much depression, too much problems, too much hardships, we don't have any problems towards it, because eventually we'll be just going with the flow. And this time it didn't go that well, because we can see, even in the late game, I was hoping like this Hanabi could shine, because every marksman has the opportunity to do its best in the late game, and also in the late game it could be anyone's game though.
And that's true, like the late game is the time for the marksman to shine, unless he's just farming up and gets fat in the early game. But if you see the itemization of that Popple and Koopa, he has double PODs, Sasuke. What are your thoughts on those?
I mean, I could definitely imagine that dog or wolf, whatever that creature is, would be just biting the hell out of the targeted person. Imagine a rabbit dog just chasing you down. That's quite a scary build coming in from this guy though.
Man, he's not even scared for that fracture onto that Nolan. But he, unlike only once, like he got picked off from that Nolan, but he actually got a kill onto him as well. Like, and not even Nolan, it was actually Carmilla to take a kill onto that Popple and Koopa onto the top side. But never mind, he's scared of nothing. There's absolutely no defensive item except for one Wind of Nature.
In the whole team fight, I too miss out. Like, there was some early engage missing from the side of team, no problem. Like, they were not prioritizing the gangs over to that Popple and Koopa, which led that dog man, or whatever you want to say, the wolf man, causing them a lot of trouble. Look at that KD 11, 3, 13, and talking about the stats, we can see the damage done from that Popple and Koopa is just too insane. A 22% damage along with the push, nearly 50% of the tower damage. Like, my man is on a mission to push down all the towers from the land of Dawn though.
That was a perfect gameplay from both of those teams, and that will be it for the match number 4, and we'll be seeing you after a short break in the match number 5.
bang, 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 bang. Yo, come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in me, what the f going on? Better rig her up, while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fight, like, better get the f up. But another round, cause you getting f***ed up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Bang, 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 I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna do the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get safe, cause I'm fitting here all late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no deckers. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna get ticket to my bedroom, pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking bento. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Man, it got, she got all of my songs, yo, took it to the bed, yeah, she's really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard, I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard, I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard, I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard, I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
And guys, we are back again, this time in the Masters Challenge Season 1, and on to my left side, it is going to be Team LCF, that is Lakshmi Chit Fund, taking on Team Not Like Us on the right side. I'm Sasuke, and joining me again on the caster stack, it is none other than Silrock himself.
Man, what a perfect introduction, Sasuke. And also, like, this match is really going to be interesting because it's like the LCF and those people play really, really good. So I'm really excited what are the picks and the draft are going to be. Are we going to see an unexpected draft like the last match? Or that Alucard as the EXP lane as Sasuke?
Well, no, I don't know because LCF this time they have the first pick, and I'm really hoping that LCF would be prioritizing the Hayabusa Roger or Zaskos Lushin in their hands since they got the first pick this time. But since talking about the bans, look at that. LCF just going with the standard bans. They're prioritizing the Romans this time, the high loss along with that chip. In the contrary, look at that. Not like us, proving like we are not like you will be banning the opposite of it. We'll be banning out the Tesla and Major Lunox. What are your thoughts about that Lunox, Silverrock?
Man, what that Lunox? I think like it's just to avoid a tanky hero, but I think like they'll just pick a tank hero for themselves. Like there's no Lunox, so there's no tank melter for them. But all that's assumption. But if you see, man, like the draft, like the bans, they did it so fast. Like the confidence on each ban is so perfect from both of the teams. It almost took only 5 to 7 seconds for each ban.
Looks like both of the teams were ready with their drafts, like what they want to pan out and what they want to pick out, because they know like they are going against a strong team each other. And I do believe, oh wait a minute, I was gonna say like this time Team LCF, they have an opportunity to grab that Zask, and talking about the hyper, we can see both of the two assassins are open as of now. That is the Hayabusa along with that Link, but with respect, not like us securing that Julian in the mage, or will it be on the hyper? Oh, there is the last still Queen Silverrock. It is going to be Ruby for the side of not like us.
But That is true. Like even if but they go for the any jungler as an assassin, I was going to say the Ling, but he just took even before I could spell it out. But those second skill from that Ruby, if he gets caught up in the Tempest of Blades after using the defense sword, I think it's going to be the perfect and the confirmed death for that Ling because this Julian as well. But for now, he's showing the vengeance emblem for him. I mean, sorry, the spell for himself. He's supposed to take retribution, but as you just mentioned, whether he's either the mid lane or either the jungler, we still are yet to know that. Meanwhile, we can see the Justin. He's just probably flexing all those heroes, but all the skins you have been flexing is the normal thing, but flexing the heroes is a totally different thing. And the Sandriel has just locked onto that Edith as a counter for that Ruby, unless that Ruby is going for the gold lane.
I was having high hopes that LCF will be securing that 4 years, the new meta, which we saw in the previous tournaments. But again, they'll be securing a comfort pick this time, Sandriel on that AD. With respect, not like us, they will be going with Vexana. Vexana against Zask, I don't think so. Like that is quite a good option though, because again, the Vexana damage is quite too good. But talk about the mid lane. Who do you think like would be winning? Because Zask is quite a poke and a zoner mage, and Vexana is also a poke, but she is kind of a burst and a CC mage though.
And I have a question for you, Sasuke. Like, if the Nightmaric Spawn is still there from Zask, does the Cursed Arm, the Deathly Grasp from that Vexana is able to just give a lot of Terrified to that Zask? Is that possible?
Well, no, I'm not sure about it, but again, we will be seeing that things in the game. But moving on to the draft, we are seeing a Lolita ban from the side of team, not like us. What do you have to think of say about that? Like, they could probably go. Wait a minute. Are they going to go for a Cloud in the gold lane because that would quite come in handy, or even Chang in the gold lane? Because seeing a Lolita ban, there are too many options coming in my mind as of now.
And as you just said about the Lolita ban, I think they don't want them to pick the Lolita because what if the Ruby is going for it as a roamer? And like even if the Deadly Grass has been used, the Lolita's reflecting shield will be just reflecting that Deadly Grass back to his team. So it will be really devastating for him. And I don't think like they want any of that to happen. So they just took off that Lolita for themselves. But meanwhile, on to the side of LCF team, they have decided to take out the Carmilla. And as an answer to that, we can see not like is they don't like that Xbog, I think so. Xbog is like it is pretty useful onto the EXP lane, but well, not anymore because they have banned it out.
With that Xbog ban, I don't think like Ruby would be prioritized in the gold, not in the gold, but in the EXP because technically I don't think like Xbog is quite a good counter option to melt down or just to poke down the front liners along with the Lunox, but we are seeing a Lunox has been banned out, and so will be the Xbox from the side of team, not like us. But for the final ban coming in from the side of LCF, it will be a Moscow ban. My man, I was just about to say that with a different name, if you know Silver Rock.
Are you just trying to convey that message that is someone else's favorite hero?
Proof that I'm still alive.
Kinda,
Man,
who likes the Moscow much? It's none of that scared yet.
that can be true, man. Yeah, thank God he's not here, or else you wouldn't be here anymore, Sasuke. But we'll just dive right into the draft. And most probably, like you were just talking about the Claude, so that since there's no Lolita, the Claude along with the Blazing Duet in the late game, it's going to just chunk those HP down with those DHS and the Golden Staff build.
The Trinity build might be coming in handy to that Claude error. All that Claude might be causing some havoc, but wait a minute. Look at that. Just in Silvastar showing Walid as of now for the room section. What do you think about that? Like, most probably we see a tanky or a CC or even a support or a healer in the rumor section, but this time LCF locking down that Walid, making sure that they get the CC from that hero, making sure that they could probably do and just zone the Ruby and the Franco out, or whoever's tried to come. or try to make a play for the side of team, not like us.
And like there's a scenario in where the Tempest of Blades is just going to fall down, and there goes the iron hook from Franco, and he just hooks him from a mile ago and uses the flicker to just hook him even back along with his team, so that there's a lot of. But I'm gonna really see that Sasuke. Like the Tempest of Blade has been used up, and after a slight bit, the Iron Hook lands on. He's not even able to use any defense sword.
Oh, those are some nice speculations, my friend, though. But we are moving on to the loading screen, though. And what do you think? Like, who has the upper draft? Because I do think, like, talking about the draft, I do think, like, Team LCF, they have a ton amount of CC in their hands, though.
Man, that is true. This is the game number 5 between those really good players and the team LCF versus the team not like us. Let's see, do they even like them or not? And we're just going to see the perfect rotation and the standard rotation from both the teams. And the red tree, it was just casually used from Lom May. Like, if there goes the invasion, I don't think he'll have that. And there goes the Franco. He's looking for the iron hook and the perfect invasion. Invasion doesn't exist, but those iron hooks actually matched him. But the flicker is there. But those fireballs from those Valir, I do think this is exactly the reason why he picked that Valir to just back him, that Franco, from those iron hooks and those bloody hands. Like, even if he goes for the bloody hand, like, there would be second skill from that Valir to just give him a lot of CC and disrupt his ultimate.
Hello, Franco at this point, like, he spotted out that Justin Silva star just right behind him, and he knew, like, even I just go back off. That's not much of things like I could be doing it, so I'll just try to go and bully down that link with that hook, but it failed miserably. And look at that, we might see some exciting things happening in the top lane.
And there goes, the flicker was beaten from Franco. Actually, it was happening really well on the first minute of the mark. But we can see the Julian, he's already level 4. He's looking for the engage with those enhanced sights to give a lot of damage. But Valir and Ling is still there. They're looking for the engage on 3 people. This the Vexana has been used. The flicker, he still has a Tempest of Blades with him. He most probably will not just use a Tempest of Blades. We don't even need to use a Tempest of Blades. It's like the 2 people down in the hands of Team LCF at this moment only on the 2-minute mark. And they'll probably get a free turtle along with those kills.
The early aggression from Team LCF are quite coming in handy and making sure they get that early goal lead. And look at that, 2 minutes and 2 seconds we are seeing LCF taking a 3-0 kill speed, and with that it is quite a 1.2k gold lead, and this is the first turtle, and I don't think like it would be a free turtle going in the hands of Team LCF. But look at that, Silver Rock.
Man, what an engage coming in onto that lane. He perfectly knows what he's doing, but the enhanced sword is still led for NCC. Immune Ruby is looking for some trouble, but the Nightmare Spawn is still there to give a lot of damage. And this is a flicker place from that Ruby. She should have actually used the Arm of Undead, but I don't think so. She had the Arm of Undead with her. But even if she did had the Arm of Undead, she would be able to just drag them inside the turret. I don't think so. It won't be for any help, but there is still Julian for that Ruby to just take care of. But the Onward and the Earthshatter is still ready for that edit. And meanwhile, onto the bot side, we can see this goes the perfect gank onto that Ruby. She's looking for some trouble, but there goes the perfect payback given to that Edith. She was looking and tanking that turret by herself.
My, I have to say, like, Sandra taking down the tower damage, but in the process, that sneaky assassin Ling do manage to take down that Ruby with the Tempest of Blade combination, and it was pretty too good to see the fast hands Ling combination. But look at that, sneaky Franco waiting around and lurking towards the Ling blue buff. I don't think so any of this Team LCF has the idea, like, the Franco is just waiting there, trying and waiting for Ling to grab his buff, and with the right moment, we might see a hook coming in from that bad boy.
But onto the mid side of PC, there was a perfect engage coming in onto that Vexana as well. Like, they were just trying to bait it out. The Eternal Guard just falls on. Like, she was trying to give a lot of vision and the CC, and as well as you said, that Franco, he's looking for a revenge play, but he has spotted down on that Valir. He still doesn't have the ultimate with him so that he can immune that Iron Hook. But the Iron Hook, it seems to be having some problem on landing on it.
It's not like getting on point with it. The Iron Hook, I'm like literally waiting for it to connect. A sneaky hook between two or three members, grabbing and hooking down to the right member. Imagine if he do manage to secure a hook over to that Claude, jumping in the team fight. And it was quite good speculations coming in, but look at that total fight, Silver Rock.
And that perfect engage for that. Also, there's the eternal card has been called up. They're looking for engage like Ruby. She's looking for the hammer from dead place. And yep, Link finally falls into the hands of Ruby. And there goes the killing spree and the bloody hand. Finally, we see it for the first time. And they're trying to go for the, along with the Earth Shot has been used up. She is extremely low. They're looking for an engage along the blazing to it. It's still there to just poke him down. But the perfect iron hook. The revenge play from that Franco. He remembered all those pain he has been taken on. But the Claude, he still escapes the bare minimum of his HP.
Oh, how did he survive that, man? That was quite a good hook coming in from Franco, and I don't thought like that is the end of that Lord. And Error might be going down, but some lucky charm to have, and the angel protecting that guy did manage to save him in mine of 1% of the HP. But look at that. Dishing and dashing coming in from both the sides. Look at the timer, 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and even though like we are seeing a 3k goal lead, in spite of the time, like the goal lead is quite convincing in the side of Team LCF, even though like it is increasing quite slowly. But look at that combination from this Julian though.
Man, that Julian, he was looking for the perfect enhanced chain, and then the perfect iron hook would have been connected, but Waleed, he's just casually recalling, and onto the top side we can see, like, there's the perfect engage taken out of that Brody. Like, we couldn't even see that, but that Brody was definitely struggling onto the top lane because there was no backup. But meanwhile, onto the mid side, we can see there's a lot of ganging happening onto that Waleed. He's looking for more to just dive inside, but there goes the perfect enhanced chain. Oh my god, there goes the iron hook taken onto that Waleed. He was actually trying to immune with the ultimate, but he still didn't have the ultimate. There goes the Link along the perfect divine sword. He actually looking for an engage onto that Ruby, but the Ruby still doesn't have the flicker with him along with the ammo from dead. Primal Wrath has been used up. They're trying to chunk down all the HP from that Ruby. Oh my god. Then also the iron hook is still there, but if the enemy was still there, he was perfectly just securing the hook onto him. But the Ruby, along with those lifesteal and the spell vamp, she manages to just escape with any amount of bare minimum effort.
And there we go, a beautiful securing, laying with the perfect retribution, securing that turtle for his team. And look at that, a blade, tempest of blade being used, and he might be in some trouble, but no, as the team, not like us, will be, just backing it off. They don't want to overextend. And in the previous team fight, just before the Lord, and I do see in the top, not in top but near the turtle area, that was a battle between the mates, that is the Julian against that, what is this, the alien dominator? Oh, I forgot his name again, for God's sake, Zask. Yeah, the combination of Julian did quite come in handy though, and it did manage to do a lot of damage securing a kill. But look at that, with that, top bottom tier 1 will be going down, and this time Ling is looking quite hungry as he'll be just using his ultimate to go and kill that. Seems like Silverrock is having some trouble, but let's not forget what we just witnessed. A triple kill from the Brody. He is looking quite online, but look at that. He might be going for Moba, and Sandra might be in some trouble. That is the flicker being used, a terrified coming in from Exana, but Sandra soaking all that damage will be still alive, and look at that. No, he is not even afraid to go and clear the wave. He is just recalling as of now, but look at that team fight. And again, 8 minutes and 30 seconds we are seeing this time Team LCF managing and oh, that was quite a close call for that Waleed.
Yeah, like that was totally perfect plays coming in, but onto the mid side, they're just casually making perfect bushes for them. Like anyone just pops in, they'll just be casually just picking off. But there goes the perfectly nightmare spawn from that Peter. I think it was just used as a defensive way to just avoid those iron hooks and the bloody hunt. But onto the Lord, like I do think so. It's going to be perfectly. Oh my God, the goal goes the perfectly Iron Hook along with the bloody hunt, but it's still not enough. But there goes the perfectly movement in place coming in. There goes a perfectly stacked Primal Wrath. They're trying to give a lot of damage to the Eternal Lord, but there goes a torn apart memory from that Brody, and there goes the Shing, man, fast hands. No, but he's looking in some trouble, and Julian finally secures a kill onto that lane. They're looking for an engage onto the mid side, but there's like 2 people down from the side of Team LCF at this moment.
Fushiguro Megumi finally dealing and dishing out some damage at this point. He doesn't even require to use Mahoraga to spawn that Mahoraga over to that enemy, but again, the Lord fight somehow became a team fight that Iron Hook at this point are quite on point. Silverhawk, I don't know what this man was just doing in the early game, but this time we can see like the Iron Hooks are connecting 100% accuracy over to the enemy.
Man, that was all a part of a plan, man. Missing a hook is also a part of a plan, you know. But looking at that, I do think so. Like they're looking for an engage onto the Lord's side. Like there's like 4 people, and I do think so. The contest it will go really well. The spawn is still there to give the vision for his team. We can see what if the perfectly Iron Hook exists, but no. He secures the Lord for his team and looking there for the engage, but there's still bloody hunt for himself. But oh my God, the perfectly engaged. Oh my God, there goes the laying along in the hands of Vexana, but those fireballs from that volley just the kill onto that Vexana, and they're looking for the kill onto that Franco as well. It's going there perfectly. Brody has been taken down along with that Julian. If they go into the hands of those Iron Hooks and bloody Hernam offended plays, I don't think so they'll be able to survive. But for like 3-1 trade, man.
I mean, like, I don't know what's like, no way that Vexana just juked out Ling on his face, terrifying, and just using the Eternal card and just with the bonk, there goes the Ling down. But in the contrary, there the backup coming in from Team LCF was just on point and making sure they get something in return for killing that Ling. Oh, wait a minute, look at that. Franco is just hooking everyone as it's like, you know, just getting the girls for his. Never mind, just skip that part.
Nah, that can be true, but we can see like this go the perfectly Eternal Guard has been used up from that Vexana to just give them a lot of front line for themselves, because of Franco and Ruby aren't enough for them, but the Onward and the Earth Shatter could be just giving a lot of damage to themselves. But there goes the Zask. He's looking for the engage, but there goes the perfectly enhanced chain, even damage to that one here, but he still has a flicker for himself to just escape from any dire situation.
Zask at this point is just being a nuisance and causing some trouble to the enemy team, but look at that. They do manage to take and defend the level 1 Lord, but in the process they have been neutralized all the tower. That is all that remains is the inhibitor tower, but look at that. Oh, the enhanced play, and this time the Iron Hook man, the Franco, the Viking Valhalla warrior will be going down as the Tempest of Blade, and the damage from LCF will be going in handy. And look at that, the aggression from this team making the tower, top tier tower, taking away from the enemy team.
Man, they're looking for an engage, but they still doesn't have the Lord. But there goes the killing spree onto that Ruby. I do think so. She was way too far away from her team, but there goes this like 3v5 situation at this point. They're looking for the engage onto the Brody, and there goes the blazing duet. There's like enhanced sword has been used up from Julian, but it's not enough to defend his 4th base. And this game has been taken from the side of Team LCF. Oh my God, what a play coming in from LCF.
No, it was quite a good fight though. Past in the early game, what went wrong was like I didn't saw the hyper, like Julian taking out those objectives. That is the Lord, that is the total, like he was dealing too much damage though. But again, where is the place when you need him for the objectives?
That can be true, because like if you see the MVP, he has this lost MVP for himself, but he has to be present in every single team fight because he's a jungler, and the more team fight he goes in, the more farm he gets. So it's like the backfire to himself, because he actually didn't join the team fights as you mentioned. And I think like he was just going for that winter crown, like if he's building that winter crown at this moment though.
Yeah, but we never saw it because like it was quite too late, and Megumi Fushigura did his best to carry out this team. But look at that. Talking about the optimization, we can see like Peter paying the MVP for Team LCF 5-3-11, a perfect score game to make him the best mage at this point in this match. Look at that itemization. That is the glowing wand along with the divine glaive. Well, I think Truncheon at this point, I don't think like he would be making a winter Truncheon or winter crown, but I don't know like what are the sub items to make it.
And like as you mentioned the itemization, I would like to speak about Sanriel. He has that scythe for himself to give a lot of true damage. Like I do think so. What was the name of the scythe? Can you please tell me, Sasuke?
It is Stallion's side though. It is okay because the name do rechange, and earlier I would like to call it the Sickle Man.
Man, but his gameplay, that those onward and the primal wrath he used after every max stacks, those damage bouncing on every people, it was too devastating, man.
But that is, I believe, the summary for us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the game number 5, LCF taking the victory, knocking out Team Not Like Us. We'll be back with the game number 6. This is the Master Challenge Season 1.
bang, 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 bang. Come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in with the going up. Better rig her up while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fire. Like, better get the fuck up. But another round, cause you get it fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, make it come on, let's go really up. Yeah, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Yeah, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Yeah, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Yeah, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Bang, 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 I just wanna hit the bar. I just wanna be the best. I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go with my shit. I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, but you're making so much cash. I can't see the flow. Got 0 to 100. You know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe. Cause I'm fitting here all late. Cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no deckers. Jetty and cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna I take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking phantom. City lights, did you know I'm in a trance? She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. When it got, she got all of my songs, so I took it to the bed. Yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt. Come on, let's go really hard.
Using this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high, it's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
Walk on water cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head. Cause you hot as shit, nah, just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch, yeah. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, baby, give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around free in a nurse circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I get I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel, she a mess. Clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Looky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love calling again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet.
When your heart is broken, you simply cannot trust what your mind is telling you. know when they're shooting up, but heartbroken people do not. But you do now. But you do now. When your heart is broken, you simply cannot trust what your mind is telling you.
bang, 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 bang. Come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in me with a going up. Better bring her up while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fight. Like, better get the fuck up. Bought another round cause we getting fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk. Come on, let's go really up. I just wanna hit the bar. I just wanna do the best. I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. I don't go, bitch. I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch. I'm making so much cash. I can't see the flow. Yeah, 0 to 100. You know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I guess in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe. Cause I'm fitting here, I'm late. I'm fitting here, I'm in Tokyo. When I all go free, no decker. JD no cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. Everyone I take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking pento. City lust, did you know I'm in a trance? She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Made it up, she got all of my songs. Yo, took it to the bed, yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk. Come on, let's go really hard.
Your team is banning.
Start casting, guys. Start casting. Hello.
Still waters run deep.
Your team is
रेडो कहाँ गया? evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again in the Masters Challenge. This time we have the GHY Athens on the blue side taking on Jarma 66 on the right side. I'm asking, joining with me, it's going to be the none other than Fredo himself.
Yeah,
Fredo,
it's
to
me,
you.
Fredo again. It's me, Fredo again, and we are back with another game. And this is the Guwahati Athens versus Jarma 66. Guwahati Athens on the blue side and Jarma 66 on the red side. And as we speak, we see the bans are already happening. And Sasuke, I would really like to ask you, what do you think of this Terisla ban? I mean, Terisla is a ban-worthy hero, but why is it banned in the first? It's for the first ban itself. I mean, they could have waited out on this Terisla.
I could give my speculations right away because as we can see, like Team Blue side, they don't want to mess with that heroes, and you can see like they don't want to pick it, and they don't want the enemy to pick it as well. So that considering that thing to the situation, we can see like they will be banning out this hero, and again that Terizla with the penalty zone with him is quite a nuisance, just marking down 3 or 4 members again. But the standard bans coming out from both the teams, leaving down that Hayabusa, and Team Blue will be securing it right away. But in the contrary, Jarma 66 are showcasing that high loss. What do you have to say about it?
Well, the high loss will be a very good pick here, but the side of Jarma 66 has decided to ban out the Ruby. I think that is a very good ban actually, because the Ruby has been dominating both the lanes. I have said this again and again, and I'll keep saying it. The Ruby is one of the best heroes in Mobile Legends 5v5 right now, and that's why it deserves that ban slot permanently, no matter which team it is. And that is why they have decided to ban out this Ruby and pick up the Hylos and the Kadita.
For Team Blue side, I'm thinking about they could probably prioritize that Aurora as the middle lane. What do you have to say about that? But they could also go for the Furious or the Edith in the EXP lane as well, because you can see like they could have the right opportunity, but this time we are seeing they're going with that Kagura along with the Pelric, a girl with an umbrella in hands, just a couple for that Shadow Assassin, it seems though.
Yep, they have decided to go for the ninja couple in the game, which is the Kagura and the Hayabusa, and their combo is deadly because they both of them do a ton of damage with their ultimates and also their skills, which has a ton of a damage. And the magic damage from the Kagura and the physical damage coming in from the Hayabusa, I mean the umbrella and the shuriken is enough to wipe out an entire team. But as we speak, we can see that Team Jarma 66 has decided to pick up that Sun. I mean, that is a very interesting pick actually. I mean, how do you think the Sun pick will be playing out for them? I mean, I've never seen a Sun pick before being picked in a very high situation games. So what do you think about the Sun, Sasuke?
Well, a Sun in a hyper could maybe prioritizing and would be coming in handy to secure that objective, that is the total fight, the Lord fight, and along with that pushing and making sure they do have a win situation in either of the lanes. That will be the EXP or the gold, because Sun is basically doing a shadow clones jutsu or just creating some doppelgangers of his own self, and that would create some huge impact towards the enemy, creating those nuisance. And Sun in the late game would be the only one pushing and doing ton amount of damage though.
Yeah, you are right about that. And as you just said, that Sun will be doing a lot of damage, but we can see there is a Saber and an Edith ban from the side of Guwahati Athens. And the side of Jarma 66 has decided to ban out the carry and the Claude. Maybe it is for protection, for that Hylos will not be able to survive that carry's true damage coming in from her passive. and the Claude has been banned out to be able to counter, the clones of the Sun as well as the Eternal Guard of the Vixana, which might be countered by the Claude's ultimate. So those are two very nice bans coming in from the side of Germa 66. But okay, that's a very interesting pick right there. The Popol and Koopa and the Alpha. What do you have to say about that from the side of Guwahati Athens?
Well, Popol Koopa is just lurking around, making his way to the meta heroes, I believe. But again, he talking about the lane preference, I do think like he'll be just winning it out in a 1v1 situation, and he'll be just doing fine in a 1v2 situation because Purple and Koopa, even though it is considered as one hero, but we can see like those are just two different entities in the game. Like you have the male character controlling that dog or whatever that creature is, and also in the exp lane alpha it is quite a questionable pick, but again I do think like it could be a counter pick for that Sun because they thought like that Sun, it could be either in the exp lane or it could be in the hyper section though.
Yeah, and as you speak, we see Dawn. This is Guwahati Athens going against Germa 66. And just for your information, the squad of Germa 66 is playing from Vietnam. And this game is being held on the Delhi server. So, you can just imagine the ping of this team, Germa 66, which they will be facing right now. But what do you say, Sasuke? Do you think they will be able to, take down Guwahati Athens in Delhi server? Or do you think they will go back to Vietnam with that loss?
Talking about the draft, I do think like Team Germa 66, they are looking strong with that draft because they are the early Hylos and that Katotkacha in the XP, and also not to mention they got the Sun in the jungle itself, the doppelganger master. And with his shadow clone jutsu, he'll be just moving around, pushing and securing that objectives. But look at that. It is going to be he'll be just doing some standard rotations, and based on those buff he's taking right now, we can predict that he'll be rotating towards the TXP lane, maybe prioritizing to push it before the first turtle is up.
Yeah, the standard rotation coming in from both sides, but the Sun will be looking to take down the EXP lane, will be looking to gang that Alpha because Alpha is, going to cause him a problem in the team fight. So making sure that he takes down his counter first so that he can get comfortable with that hero. But, the turtle is not yet up. It is still a minute to go. But, we see that both the junglers are at a similar farming speed. And, something going on in the goal lane, the 2v1 happening versus the dog and the Popol. The dog, the Popol and Koopa, both of them against this Brody. But the Hylos coming in to give that vision.
Well, technically speaking, I don't think like Brody would be having an upper hand just because he has range, and along with the first skill poke, he could just stack against with the Popol and Koopa because the dog is already up ahead, and he with this first skill stack he could probably do the things. But look at that, the engage coming in from Team Blue is just on point. What do you have to say about that, Fredo?
Yeah, the engage was very nice, but as we speak, we can see that the turtle is coming up already, and something is happening there in the mid lane. The Hayabusa is trying to take down that Vixana, and Vixana will be able to escape. The damage not enough coming in from the Hayabusa due to the lack of stacks and the shuriken not landing properly. But that will be an advantage because the ultimate of Hayabusa has been used up before the turtle. So I think this turtle should be an easy one for the side of Team Germa 66.
No, we never know when that is the Alpha Charge along with the ultimate coming in from Gadokacha, and there is the battle between the Retribution, and this time Sun will be the one securing that turtle. But look at that, engage coming in from Gadokacha, he's looking strong, securing a double kill over to the two members of Team GHY teams, and that is the Sun looking and snatching the triple kill from the hands of Team from the guy.
Yeah, the the kill coming in from the Sun was so crucial. taking down the member of Team Guwahati Athens. But as we speak, we can see something happening in the top lane right now, that Hylos is being poked by the Kagura but won't be able to deal enough damage to cause any problems for that Hylos, and that Hylos just roaming around the enemy jungle providing so much vision for his team. And this Hayabusa needs to be more careful because his jungle is getting ganked right now. And we see the Hylos jumping in on the Hayabusa, and Sun is with the follow-up. But the Vexana is caught out a little bit again, but this Hayabusa will be able to make a narrow escape, 1 HP right now. That Hylos also pretty low, and they will be looking to disengage. And okay, meanwhile, we missed out something in the bot lane. Would you cover that for me, Sasuke?
Oh, that was a sneaky fight in the bottom lane at 1v1 situation, but this time Alpha with the stacks from his data securing a kill over to that Kacha. I mean, I don't think like this time it was a revenge taken in a perfect situation. You can kill me in the team fight, but you ain't gonna kill me in a 1v1 situation. But look at that, talking about the 1v1 situation, Vicious might be in some trouble as he is alone taking on two members of Team Jarma 66 on the top side.
On the top side, the Popol took a lot of damage but was able to make his way back. And we can see the Hayabusa checking the bushes. Okay, maybe he found something there inside the bush and he will be using up his quad shadow. But Brody burning that flicker to escape his quad shadow. And the trap of Popol providing some vision. But while I was saying about that, the turtle has already been started. And the Team Jarma 66 has secured the turtle along with the Alpha going down.
I mean, that was quite a mistake coming in from Alpha because none of his team members was there, and it was quite a 1v4 situation for him in the turtle bit. But look at that, talk about the 1v1 situation, 1v4 situation, there goes the purple down as he was just cornered by three members of Team Jarma 66, finally securing the top tier 1 tower, and this time they'll be just lurking around. Hayabusa's blue buff, there is the terminal card along with the glorious pathway, there is the ultimate coming in from Derek, trying to zone the enemies, and that might be a Indian reaction coming in handy, securing a skill. But no, it was just the clones of that Monkey King. And in the bottom lane, Kacha going down once again from that Alpha.
Wow, that was a very nice team fight coming in from the side of Jarma 66. I mean, I don't even know how, what their pings might be at this moment, but they are playing pretty good for the thing that they are playing from such a far distance. And Team Guwahati 66 being, punished right now for the mistakes that they have been making. And the farm lead is just, getting out of hand right now at this moment.
Yes, exactly. It is 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And just to mention it, Team Jarma 66, they are already in the gold lead. And look at that, doppelgangers being used again from the side of Team Jarma 66. Along with that, there is the glorious pathway, and that will be the Monkey King securing a kill over to that purple and poop. And that is the ultimate coming in from Belric in a defensive way, making sure he retreats. And there is the early aggression from this team, taking down the bottom tier 1 tower. But this guy, the Monkey King, he is looking for more as the clones dealing damage is just too much.
Yeah, this is the first time I have seen Sun Hyper working out so well in the game in this tournament. And this tournament is just getting started, so we might see more interesting heroes and more interesting picks further up in the tournament. So I mean, this tournament is just getting started, so and we are already witnessing so many new things right now. So do you think this tournament is actually a very big step for India to be discovering the esports scene right now?
Well, it could be, but again, it is up to the players how to play. But moving on to the game, again, we might see a possible engage, and that is the glorious pathway connecting towards the purple, and we will be going down as that is the center securing a kill. But in the process, look at that, Kacha diving over to that Vicious again, taking down, and that is the Shadow Ninja going down in the hands of that Vexana. the team a lot. But in spite of the team fight, we see Alpha lurking around the enemy bot lane, trying to make some plays in the bot lane, split pushing to gain some advantage for his team, and with that, he'll be taking down that tower. A sneaky play coming in from this guy though.
Okay, but we see a team fight going on right now, and the Alpha has been punished for causing problems to the red side and punished by the clones of that Sun. And the Monkey King will be looking to punish down that robot again and again and showing him who is the king here.
Talking about robot, what do you think of that cool skill that is the Autobot? I do forgot which kind of robot he is, but no. For me, I'd prefer the Optimus Prime. He is just too prime. And talking about the Prime, we are seeing a team fight arcade that Prime from that Ilo's glorious pathway, making sure he slows down and bullies that Valeric. Man, oh man, how does he do that?
Yeah, you're right about that. His timings are just so perfect with that glorious pathway. And the entire team on that Lord has just taken down the Lord in a few seconds. I mean, the damage coming in from the sign of Germa 66 is just getting too much to handle, and the shadow is placed perfectly. Will he use his quad shadow? And the quad shadow being used, but there are no shadow marks on that Vexana to be able to deal enough damage. And the Vexana is so low right now, but she is still being chased down by the Billeric, but not able to take him down. Instead, the enemy mage will be taken down right now, and Billeric also going down in the process. Sun is still there fighting against two members inside the turret and still able to make it out without causing much problems.
No way that Alpha survived that damage, but again he'll be going down as he won't be having the vengeance along with the Alpha charge. I mean, look at that. He is soloed, soaked out that damage coming in from that Sun. I mean, he was forced to retreat at that point though.
Yeah, and we can see another engage coming in from Sun, and the Belleric's ult has been used up inside the enemy base in his own base himself, but he will not be able to do anything much because the team does not have enough damage, and the Sun will be taking out the Hayabusa, and they will be pushing down the base for the final win. And the game is over. The crystal has been popped, and the side of Germa 66 will be taking home the victory against Guwahati Athens, and Guwahati Athens will be losing out on this win.
Look at the scoreboard, it is 2-21, a perfect domination coming in from Team Jama 66. I mean, looking at the draft, I do think like Team GHY Athens do have an upper hand because they got the Shadow Assassin, the Shadow Ninja, and along with the Kagura, the Yin-Yang reaction could possibly take down and create some nuisance towards that Sun, but things didn't go as planned it should be. What do you have to say though?
Yeah, it all comes down to the execution, and the execution from the side of Guwahati Athens was not on point. I mean, the shadow clone, the shadow clone of Sun was able to, just completely annihilate them instead of them doing their thing. And the Hayabusa, with the shadows, he was not just good enough to land those marks and, take down that Vexana in the team fight as well as the Brody. So, he was left being helpless with his team also, dying on the side lanes and everything. So because of that, that was just, a bad game coming in from the side of Guwahati Athens. But that will be it for now, and we will be moving on to the next game, which will be coming up very soon. This is me, Fredo and Sasuke, and we are signing off for now.
bang, 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 bang. Yo, come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in me, what the going up? Better bring her up, while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fight, like, better get the fuck up. But another round, cause you're getting fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Bang, bang, but I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe, cause I'm fitting here all late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no jacket. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking right. Everyone I'm take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking pants up. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Made it up, she got all of my songs, yo. Took it to her bed, yeah, she's really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No one won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, just the African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 calling me. Ring like the camera is free, oh she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay there for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call.
Addicts know they're addicted. They know when they're shooting up. But heartbroken people do not. But you do now. But you do now. When your heart is broken, you simply cannot trust what your mind is telling you.
bang, 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 bang. Yo, come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in the what the going up. Better bring her up, while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fire, like better get the fuck up. But another round, cause you get it fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Bang, but I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get safe, cause I'm fitting here, I'm late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, when I all green fit, no jacket. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna I take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking bento. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. When it got, she got all of my songs, yo, took it to the bed, yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking dirt, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power. Charged particle beam weapon.
Weapons activated.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees.
Your team is banning.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with another game, and this time it is KPG versus Why So Serious. On the blue side is the team KPG from Kalimpong, and we have Why So Serious on the red side, reminding us of the Jokers from the movie of The Dark Knight. But right now, as we speak, and with me, sorry, I just forgot to say, with me is one of the most prettiest streamer we know in this country of in the country of Mobile Legends, and we know it's none other than Yumena with me. Yumena, please take over.
Thank you for the lovely introduction, Fredo. Um, yeah, I think it's going to be a quite interesting match. Jumping straight away into the draft, we can see that you have the Hylos band, you have the Zask band, Ling and Roger. I don't think they want to risk giving away all those current meta heroes. We can see KPG trying to be strategic and leaving the Hayabusa open. What do you think are they going to do now?
Well, if you look at the bands, they have banned out the Hylos and the Zaz, which are pretty standard bands for now. And the side of Why So Serious have decided to ban out two junglers. So is it because they are they just want to deny junglers because junglers usually are the carry. So they are looking to shut down the enemy carry. I guess that is their plan. And right now we see a Zushin ban coming in from the side of Kalimpong, so maybe their mage player is not really comfortable against a Zask and a Zushin. Plus, or do you think they're just going with the normal meta right now?
I think they are trying to test the waters, and we see that is a very smart ban coming in from Viso series because you do not want to deal with a very tanky fighter in the EXP lane, especially if he's going to be a menace right into the team fight. We still have the Hayabusa open for Team KPG. I would like to see them. I would actually. It would be pretty interesting if they traded the Hayabusa for tanky picks, but let's see what they. Oh, they are going to go with the Aurora pick. What do you think about this?
Yeah, the Aurora pick coming in from the side of Kalimpong. Kalimpong will be locking in that Aurora, but I don't think it's a wise decision to let the enemy pick a Hayabusa because, with his shadow, he can retreat while he shadow with that quad shadow and along with that ultimate form, he can retreat nowadays, with that current update which just came. So, a Hayabusa is very deadly in that jungle role right now. So, they should have, taken the Hayabusa, but they have left it open for the enemy. But do you think the enemy will be picking it right now?
I think they are not. This is the first. I think this is pretty interesting to see because they have locked the Aurora and we see Why So Serious picking in the Marksman as the first pick. That is really interesting, and they still have the option to go with the Hayabusa, or maybe not. They could, maybe pick on a tank like the Belric. Oh, we almost forgot about the Ruby. She is going to be a menace into those team fights.
Yeah, in those team fights, the I am offended and the stun and from her second skill, and also the damage and the life steal and the sustain which this Ruby provides, the damage and the sustain, just insane in that gold lane. But the name of the squad itself says Why So Serious, so I think they are going to be a little bit unserious and picking up that Mia in the first pick itself for their side. But I was expecting the Ruby to go towards the goal lane, but I guess the Ruby will be going towards that EXP lane and the Harith will be going towards the goal lane. But usually Yumena, the Ruby has been going in the goal lane as we saw recently. But this Ruby is being sent to the EXP lane. Do you think Ruby will be able to win against the Yuzong?
Early game, I do not think so. But once Ruby has those items, once she has those wings, once she makes the Oracle, I think she is pretty good at sustaining into the team fights. Also, the CC coming in from Team KPJ is looking quite good. You do have the Aurora, but I do feel if the dragon tries to jump in, we do know that with his black dragon form, he is going to go into the back lane, and if he stops her from coming into the team fight, it's going to be pretty hard for Team KPG to provide that damage.
Yeah, you are right about that. This Yuzong in his black dragon form can cause a problem in the backline and not able, not letting them do what they want, providing that damage and the control from that Aurora. But as we speak, we can see that the Diggy has been banned, and for that, Kalimpong's reply will be the straight ban on that Atlas. So maybe the side of KPG knows how they might be thinking. They are reading the minds of the enemy right now. Or maybe it could have been a Minotaur. What do you say?
I think they do not want to deal with a CC tank in their team, since we did see the Diggy ban coming in from Team Viso Series, and there we go trying to choke out the jungle from Team KPG. I mean, they did ban the Roger, they did ban the Ling, now they are banning the Hayabusa. They just do not want to deal with it, since they have already picked on two squishy heroes onto their team, the Mia and the Nana, which could have been free food for Hayabusa. I mean, we all know how that goes if you get him to snowball early into the game, and then I think they should go for a jungle ban as well, or maybe a tank. We did see the Akai and the Belleric are still open, and with the Diggy ban coming in, they could go for a Tigreal as well if they wanted to provide the setup for the Nana, for the Mia. You know how scary she goes into the late game.
Yeah. In the late game, this Mia especially, she can appear out of nowhere while you're clearing lanes. And I mean, you might get a heart attack when you see a Mia pop up, using her ultimate with the, if she also has an Inspire, then it's just a cherry on the cake for your death. It's like death served on a plate for you, and that Mia will be very annoying. And like you said, Yumena, you just said that a Tigreal might be picked here, and we can see the Tigreal has been picked up by Why So Serious. And this Tigreal will be looking to, create those plays. And you also said about the Akai, and the Akai is also being shown on the screen as well right now. So, you have been doing some pretty good research on these teams before the match, I guess, because you have been predicting pretty well up until now. But what do you think will be the last ban coming in from the side of Team Why So Serious?
I think they do still need to go for a pretty solid jungler in response, maybe an alpha, or they could pick a Granger if they want to maintain range. And we almost forgot about the Alucard. I mean, he is doing pretty good nowadays, and they are playing their cards. They are trying to look what they can in this team comp. I do not know about the Yin in this team draft, because you do lack. Yes, go ahead, Frido.
Yeah, like you said, this Yin does not have much, utility here, since the X-Borg is a hero which has that shield, and popping out that shield will be the main problem for that Yin. You said about the Alpha, and the Alpha is being shown right now, and it has been picked.
I think that is a pretty great answer to the Xbox, because the true damage that Alpha gives with his skill set, it's going to be pretty useful in the team fight. Also, if he manages to get an early game snowball.
Yeah, you are right about that Alpha getting an early game snowball. That is what he exactly needs to get that perfect start into the game. Man, this X-Borg will not be able to do much, in the early game, because he needs those items to be able to cause the damage and, let the burn come onto the enemy, stack up and deal that true damage. But right now, as we speak, we can see that we are going into the Land of Dawn. It is KPG versus Why So Serious, and both the teams will look to take this win, because it's a very important match. It is a knockout round, and that's why they will look to get the win so that they can go ahead and play on to the next round. But right now, we see both the teams going into the Land of Dawn, and both the teams will be taking to take the win. But what do you say, Sarah, according to the draft? Sorry. What do you say this game?
I am leaning more towards Team Viso Series, because the CC coming in from them is really it looks really strong to me, at least, because you do have the Molina coming in from Nana in case they want to dive head first. I mean, the answer is pretty good from them. You do have the Ruby, you do have the Aurora, but what are you going to do if there is a Tigreal and the Molina on your face? It gives them pretty good space to counter them. And then you do have the Mino and you do have the X-Bot, but once your shield is gone, I mean, what are you going to do in the team fight?
Yeah, the Xbox shield is pretty important, pretty important for that Xbox to be able to do anything during the team fights. So if that shield is gone, he might not be able to do anything much, and he will be using the retribution to take that lethal wanderer. But as we speak, we see pretty standard rotations coming in from both sides, and both sides will be looking to gank the gold lane first. And what do you think is happening in the gold lane right now? We see that the Mia is getting a little dominated.
I mean, early game, yeah, sure, Harry deals quite not a lot of damage, but yeah, good enough to poke them, and we can see. Do you think a team fight is going to erupt right now?
Yeah, we might be seeing a team fight right now because in the bush he has been caught. The tiger has been caught, but okay, he will be able to back off because the team of our KPG is not yet ready to engage. But okay, things are starting a little slow right now. Even though the composition of team Why So Serious must be able to create some nice pickoffs, but they have not been able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Nana is already level 3. She does have her Molina. She has her first kill. She does have her boomerang. They could have gone aggressive in the gold lane. But meanwhile, I think we are going to see a contest coming in onto the turtle. The Xborg already starting to stall the turtle onto their team side. Minotaur looking to zone out the enemy team. Ruby still onto the EXP lane. Look at this Tigreal.
Yeah, the zone out coming in from the side of KPG is very good, but oh my god, that alpha charge coming in from that alpha was so good, connecting on the 3 members, and the petrify coming in from that Yuzong on the 2 members will be able to take down that Minotaur and making that Xborg so low right now that it cannot even, try to defend its own red buff, and the enemy team will be taking that red buff very easily for themselves.
Like I said during the draft, that the dragon is going to be really annoying, since you know how he can just dive into the backlane with his black dragon form, and we did see that happening, forcing the Xbox to just back off there. And I think Team KPG has to wait for that late game for Xborg to build onto those, itemization, so that he can be much more tanky to soak up the damage. We do see the Mino and the Aurora zoning the Tigreal out. Will they be able to get? Oh my god, Fredo.
Wow. Right now, as we speak, we can see a team fight might be happening. And okay, the Mia has been taken down quite low. The vengeance of Harith has already been used. But the Mia will be able to retreat with her ultimate. But as you said just now, this Mino and this Aurora are just, poking down the Tigreal, not letting him do what he wants. But his team members are compensating for it.
They are, because even if they did manage to get the Tigreal out, I did not see any advantage. I did not see KPG taking any advantage of it, because there wasn't anything happening onto the gold lane.
Yeah, and yes, I was just watching the goal lane, but we can see a pick off happening in that bot lane. That dragon has been caught out of position and has been punished for it immediately. And we can see that the turtle is coming up. The next turtle, the second turtle of the game, is up already on your screens. And Team Why So Serious will be looking to secure the turtle this time.
True, and we did see that Alpha managed to pick one kill, and they are going to, I think this is going to be a non-contested turtle, because we do not see Xborg in any position to even contest the turtle right now. Because looking at the itemization, he has built the War Axe, but he still does not have enough tankiness to get into those team fights. Mino was also not in position to give on any sets, and I think right here they are going to back off right now.
Yeah, but the Ruby has been a little bit less dominant force in the EXP lane, and we can see a camp happening in that bush just in front of the EXP lane right now. Ruby has to be careful here before she steps out of her turret. The Molina might be just instantly bursting her down with that combo. The Nana can do it. She has the potential to burst down any hero right now because it's early game. They don't have the magic defense items. But she has camped enough and she will be backing off. And we can see something happening in the top lane right now. Okay, the Mia is down low but will be able to escape. Zaman Force being used in the process, but not enough to take down that Mia.
I mean, while the team fight was about to start, we did see Alpha just chipping down the jungle on the side for Xborg. I mean, denying him his own jungle. I mean, that is pretty smart. Meanwhile, Nana trying to get the mid lane. I mean, Team KPJ is trying to make use of the cards that they have, but I think they are just falling behind because they are not able to provide the kind of sets that they need to. Because you do have the Nana, you do have the Yuzong. I think they're just trying to play it safe so that they could scale up from mid to late game. That could be their game plan since Team Why So Serious looks pretty strong into the early game. They were not even able to have a single team fight onto the gold lane. They are trying to chip off the dragon, but I mean, what are you going to do against him?
Yeah, they have been trying so hard to gang that dragon, but dragon has been picked off only once due to his own mistake, getting out of position a lot. But right now, the third turtle of the game is up on the map, and Mia has already started taking the turtle, and Alpha is on his way as well. The Harith is taking a lot of damage. Zaman Force being used to retreat. And the Xborg will be popping their last insanity to secure the turtle, and the Minotaur will be able to pick out the Tigreal as well. Man, that was a very nice turtle steal coming in from the side of Team Kalimpong. That was some nice skill from the Xborg.
I agree, and I think Mia was way too early into starting the turtle because Alpha was not present. The team was not in position, and Harith, even though Harith did take quite a few damage from Mia, he was able to, zone her out. I mean, the Mino was present. Oh, look at this Aurora. She is just trying to poke.
Yeah, the Aurora was just poking down, but the Harith has been able to be more dominant. In the goal lane against that Mia, and Mia just went down to that Harith, also losing the tower in the process.
We will have to wait for the late game to see Mia pop because she does come online after quite a few items. It's going to be pretty difficult for her since she is on Inspire. She does not have the flicker. She has to play pretty safe, and right now I think we are trying to see. I think they wanted to gang the Yuzong right there.
Yeah, they really want to gang this Yuzong, but they do not have enough damage to burst him down immediately because Yuzong itself is a very tanky hero. And we see some skirmish happening in the bot lane between these two, exchanging blows against each other, testing their own strengths and weaknesses. And both of them are very sustainable heroes, and both of them are just doing a 1v1 among themselves. Playing a boxing match right here, taking some blows, giving some blows, and just having entertainment among themselves. But right now we see that the team of KPJ is ready to engage on that Yuzong, and the Yuzong has to be really careful right here.
Mia trying to poke up the Harith, trying to push him down because she knows that the Tigreal is present in the bush, ready to help her whenever she wants. The Lord is up. The 9-minute Lord is up right now. Mino giving the vision that the team needs. Aurora just in position in case anything happens. The Harith still needs to clear his lane and rotate onto the mid because there could be a team fight erupting before the Lord. I mean, both the teams are playing pretty safe. They are just trying to chip each other down and just playing everything safe and just poking each other.
Yeah, we can see only pokes happening at this point, not full commitment onto the engages, just poking each other out until they get low. Maybe they are waiting for the HP of the enemy team to get so low before they can commit, but neither team able to do enough poke for that. And the Mino is going way too front because there are 3 members in that bush. But okay, we see a nice I'm offended coming in on that Yuzong, but Yuzong using up his ultimate to be able to escape from that. 2 ultimates burn in that process, the I'm offended of the Ruby and the ice frozen of that Aurora also being used in the process. 2 ultimates are being burned, so I think team Why So Serious should consider taking down the Lord right now because 2 ultimates are down.
I know, like they should be going to the Lord, but I don't think Alpha has those plans as of yet because we see him going back to his red. They could have danced around the Lord because they did have an advantage exhausting the ultimates coming in from Team KPG, but I think they are just going to play passive. Maybe they are waiting for the Mia to just farm up. That could be a reason for them.
Yeah, that could be a reason why they have been playing so slow in this game, but we see the team of Why So Serious trying to gank up on that Ruby, and the Ruby is way front right now. The Tiger should be able to, chunk her down with that ultimate, and Ruby will be going down in the bot lane because of
I
her.
mean, this is a pretty good time for them to consider taking the Lord, but I don't think so. Aurora is trying to let them take it, and we do see a camp onto.
Yeah, they might be looking to take this turret right now, and the Yuzong will be trying to take that turret, but not enough damage coming in from his basic attack. Oh my goodness, that was a very nice ultimate coming in from that Aurora. Will be taking down the Yuzong, and the Alpha will be using the Alpha charge to escape. Oh my god, such nice stunts coming in from the side of Team KPG. The coordination and the combination of those skills was enough to take down 3 members in the bot lane. Will be securing the tower as well. Wow, that was just insane team fight. The composition, the communication was just on point for the side of Team KPG.
I agree. Why so serious should have just retreated. We can see Xborg now directly going for the Lord. They should have taken the Lord after they got the pick off on the Ruby because Team KPG was slightly hesitant to take the fight onto the bottom lane, and this is just going to be an uncontested Lord because what are you going to do? You just have the Nana zoning them out. Harith already pushed his lane and was able to rotate, and he will be able to get a kill on the Nana.
Yeah, that Nana pick-off was so easy for him because the Nana had no support whatsoever. And the Harith was able to take down the Nana, and the Retribution also coming in from that Xbox to secure the Lord as well. But as we were watching the bot lane and that Lord, we have seen that the Ruby was clearing the top lane and trying to take a sneaky push, but Mia was there to clear the lane and defend the top lane for his team.
I mean, as the match is progressing, we are seeing Xbox getting quite tanky. He is already on his 3rd item. He did finish building the Ice Queen wand, and Mia, as of now, is also on her 3rd item, building the 4th one. And they did manage to take the Lord, trying to just push on, trying to get those 2nd tier towers. And we see that Team Why So Serious is not wanting that to happen.
Yeah, they do not want their towers to be taken. And that's why Nana is trying to defend the towers at doing their best. Ruby going inside a little bit too much. Might have been taken down if she was not careful there. But this dragon, they really want to take down this dragon and Alpha. The entire team surrounding this bot lane 2nd tier tower of Why So Serious. But Why So Serious will try to defend this tower at their best. But this dragon is surrounded by 5 members at this point.
I agree, and I would also like to mention that these Mino and Aurora are doing a pretty good job in chipping the tank, chipping the Tigreal out from Why So Serious. Because if he manages to land a 5-man ult, because we see they only have a single Purify coming in from Aurora, and even if he does manage to get a 5-man ult, you do have the stuns coming in from the Aurora, her Frigid Glacier. I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, and as we speak, we can see that the team fight is going on, and Minoan Fury being used right now, connecting onto 3-4 members, and the Xborg will be able to take down 2 members himself, and the Mia will be looking to clear the lane so that the tower will not be going down. But Harith going in with that Chrono Dash, using the Zaman Force as well, but will be going down to the turret damage. Oh my goodness. Harith should have been a little bit more careful there, but because of that, the team will be able to push down the mid lane tower. Probably they will look to take that mid lane tower, which is very crucial to end this game.
Will they be able to end the game? Because we see the minions are not available. I think they will just retreat back for now, get their inhibitors, the top tower inhibitor. They were not quite good with syncing the lanes in this match.
Yeah, the sync of lanes will be coming very soon again, because the Lord has come up on the screen, and the Lord will be taken down by this export easily. Maybe not so easily. That's a bad word to say right now. My mistake. But the side of Team Kalimpong will be looking to take down their Lord. They already have the mid lane inhibitor, which is a very big resource because the super minions will be marching down the mid lane. And this Mia might be sneakily trying to push the top lane, but Harith is on his way to clear those lanes. Well, nothing much happening in this game, Yumena. This game has been pretty slow compared to the games that we have had before. Do you think
Yeah,
it
I
is
mean,
because... Yeah,
I
say.
think because both the teams have drafted in a way where they do have the answers coming in for the ganks, right? If Tigreal jumps in, you have the Aurora, you have her ultimate, and you do have the Mino as the answer for them. So they both know what to do. They are just waiting for the other team to initiate so that they can just counter gang. None of them wants to take the risk because they know that even one small mistake can cost them the whole game.
Yeah, right. They do have the counter picks to be able to, answer them back. But right now we can see the Yuzong using his dragon ultimate form to provide vision for his teammates. And we can see a fight going on in the mid lane, but nothing much coming out of it. The Tigreal has, lost a lot of his HP. So that is a disadvantage right now, but the Retribution battle will be won by that Alpha, and they will be wiped out. Probably the Retribution battle was won, but the entire team has been taken down.
I mean, that happened just because the 3-man, I am offended. Frido, did you see that? She managed to hook 3 of their members right into the Lord Pit, and right after that, it was just a piece of cake for the Aurora, for the Xbot, and they could. And I think they just gave up the match.
Yeah, they just surrendered in front of this Kalimpong team. The Kalimpong team has been able to dominate, and they will make the Kalimpong state proud because they have just won against a very tough enemy. The team Why So Serious was not able to take home the victory.
They did have a pretty good draft. I do agree with you. Why So Serious did have some potentials, but they were just not able to play their cards right. The dragon popping off his black dragon way too early into the Lord contest, and it was just a cue for KPG to just initiate the fight because the Xbox was already on the Lord, and he knew that he had to wait for mid to late games to just carry on the match, and that's what they did.
Yep, that's what they did. And this Mia was not able to, do much, even though it was much late into the game where it was almost time for her to answer and come online. But that MVP of that Harith, well deserved. A lot of damage coming in from that Harith as well, and that Aurora as well. So yeah, that's it. That's all about it for this game. Stay tuned as there will be another game as well. So yeah, bye. This is me, Fredo, and Yumena signing off.
bang, 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 bang. Yo, come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies, that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in me, what the f going on? Better rig her up, while you looking like a stab. Put you in a car fight, like, better get the f up. Bought another round, cause we getting f***ed up. I'ma put you in the dirt, bitch, I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really up. Yo, come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk, come on, let's go really up. Bang, bang, but I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, you better hide your fucking face. He's a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. He's a fake, but you better get it safe, cause I'm fitting here, I'm late, cause I'm fitting here safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no deckers. Shady in cars, but you know I'm fucking retro. Everyone I take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean and I ain't talking pento. City lights, but you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. Man, it got, she got all of my songs, yo, took it to the bed, yeah, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma put you in the dirt, come on, let's go really hard. Yo, come on, let's go really hard. I'ma hit the fucking jerk, come on, let's go really hard.
Setting this at maximum power.
Laser and charged particle beam weapons.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around free in a nurse circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel, she a mess. Clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Lucky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love calling me, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet.
telling you. This is what makes heartbreak so difficult to heal. Addicts know they're addicted. They know when they're shooting up. But heartbroken people do not. But you do now. But you do now. When your heart is broken, you simply cannot trust what your mind is telling you.
And welcome back, everyone. We are diving right back into the Masters Challenge organized by Esports Legion. It is match 9 between Miracle Gaming and Gimme Your Money. And right now, let's hope Gimme Your Money with their name does not become a meme like it is such a popular trend on various social trending sites. And right now, it is Zambi from Miracle Gaming who has instantly, taken that first ban on Hylos. And I'm your caster, Baldudu, joined along with Yumena. And good to have you here. Take it over from here.
Thank you for the introduction, Baldo. And right into the ban, like you mentioned, we did see the Hylos ban coming in from Team Miracle Gaming, and looks like Team Give Me Your Money does not want to deal with that Terizla on the EXP lane. Pretty smart ban coming in from Team Give Me Your Money, and the Julian is also being picked off. The Zask, pretty standard bans coming in right as of now. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if they are trying to choke down the meta picks for the enemy team.
And Yumena, do you think is it more effective, especially if you have not done good enough research on the opponents because it's just the starting few rounds? Is it more effective to just stalk their profile and focus on one of their players' hero picks, or is it better to just actually just ban out the meta picks like it's being done right now?
Personally, I'm a follower of just ban out the heroes that you do not want to deal with instead of just trying to choke out a single player onto the enemy team, because you do not know if they have a wild card in some other player, right? Do I make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense. And it is true because any good team is not just having one player who they rely upon, because to progress in tournaments, you need a strong team, not just a strong player.
And right now we did see team Give Me Your Money gambling out the Roger and giving it to the enemy team, banning out the Edith, the Terizla, the Zaz. They just do not want to deal with those tanky heroes. And Phobius pick, I mean we are seeing quite a lot of Phobius picks in quite a lot of tournaments, and they did give out the Zushin. That's pretty interesting. That's the first time I think I've seen a Zushin pick in today's match.
And yeah, Zuzhin is a really strong hero. I don't know why they left that open and rather opted for the Hayabusa. Because unlike the Zuzhin, you have to constantly mark her from the early game itself. But Aurora, which has been picked up by the player from Gimme Your Money, sorry, not from Miracle Gaming, has picked up the Aurora, which is a good counter, if I must say.
I think she is going to be quite effective when you see it as a team fight in a whole, and they are going for that Argus pick into the EXP lane. I think they are trying to. I mean, is are they trying to play a push comp? Because you have the Roger, you have the Argus. I this does not make sense to me.
Your team is banning.
It doesn't make that much sense to me either, because they had so many good options. They had the Terizla, well, the Terizla's banned, but you had the Edith, you had the Yuzong, which are really great counters to the Zujin. You can use the Yuzong's dashes to jump and petrify the Phoveus into the turret. But meanwhile, Asahi has picked up this Harith. And do you think this will really get the opportunity to split push with the amount of pressure Zujin puts on the Soul Snare?
I think that's going to be pretty difficult, and since they are also lacking a tanky frontliner, they did also ban out the Ruby because I don't think they want Team Give Me Your Money to have another beefy frontline because they've already got onto the 4 ways. But I don't see why the Ruby ban is necessary because they've already picked an EXP, they've already picked a Harith, unless they think that the Harith is going to be a jungle, which I don't think would be quite smart. And I would like to see, I think, a ban to come from. Oh, they are banning the Akai.
And these are a little slightly confusing drafts from both sides, because they've exposed a lot of their strategies from either end. Because now that you've picked up the Argus, he's going on the EXP, and it's not it's not favorable for sending this Roger into the jungle, into the gold lane, because he is not as effective, which is Lycan Pounce in a single lane, especially because Harith with his synchro fusion is able to do a decent amount of damage and hold his own in a lane. And right now Mayo has picked up the Minotaur, and the comp on the right side, that is Give Me My Money, does have a little more team fight potential. So what do you think these guys need to pick up, because the chip is open? Do you think we will see the chip?
I would want to see a chip, but then if you are going with a Mino pick, I Team Give Me Your Money does not have that option, or maybe they could go for a chipped jungler because I've seen quite a few people play chip onto the jungle. And Miracle right now locking in the Min Sitar just to counter out the Harith. They are quite lacking in terms of having a frontliner onto their team. They do need a pretty solid, and as I'm saying, they do pick on the Khufra just for the Harith. They are trying to single out the gold lane.
And that is true, because if this Minsitar goes in the gold lane, he has a good jungling, laning experience against the Harith. You can bait out his purifies with his King's Calling. You have the bouncing ball of the Khufra, you have the Tyrant's Rage. They have a lot of lockdown, which is really necessary, because the final pick on the red side is that Freya, and we all have experienced a Freya absolutely shredding our lanes by herself when you don't have enough CC.
Agree, and the Freya pick against a Khufra was quite questionable for me, but I think we just have to see how this match plays out. And based on the draft, Baldu, I would like to ask you, who do you think has a better team comp going into the game?
Well, if we talk about a 5v5, I would actually surprise. I would prefer keep taking the team which is running the Mincy, Miracle Gaming. I'm really excited about their lineup, because stop this Harith and Freya. Freya can't use her S2 under the King's Calling. The Khufra's bouncing ball does interrupt this Freya. It does stop Harith from dashing around. His Zaman force will be negated. You can also lock down the Phoveus. So if this Mincy does a good job, and Argus is able to, not just fall too early in the early game, we will have a really, really interesting match in front of us. But if it is not executed right, it is gonna be Miracle Gaming that will be struggling instead. And right now we're headed into in the land of Dawn. The Roger has started with his blue first, and I think he is farming a little slower than this Freya, because dude, look at this Freya. She's just melting through this jungle.
I mean, we do know the attack speed that Freya has. If her skill 2 does not go into the cooldown, she is looking to go into the EXP lane, which does not quite often happen in quite a few matches. But we see Roger trying to rotate onto the gold lane, wanting to suppress that Harith, not wanting him to farm, just trying to get a snowball, because we do know how scary Roger can be if he tries to get that snowball. But Team Miracle Gaming, I think they are quite dependent onto the Mincy if you look at their draft.
And meanwhile, on bot side, there's a first blood picked up instantly by the Lycan Pounce, who has secured a kill onto that Zuzhan. She walked in a little too close, and the S1 on the human form of Roger just poked her down easily enough that he could switch to the Lycan form to kill. Meanwhile, on top side, they respond immediately with Freya and Phoveus teaming up to secure a kill onto gamer Ashu. The Argus not having a great start, and some of that turret shield has been poked out in just 5 seconds. Look at that. Half the turret shield is gone.
I mean, I think they did want to go into the XP lane because they knew that there is nothing that they could have done against a Mincy trying to help out Harith. Maybe that was their game plan, or maybe they just wanted to have a easy turtle contest, because right now we see Freya just wanting to go in and contest that turtle, and there is no answer coming in from Team Miracle.
And right now, Kufra has dived into the fight. Who will take this turtle? It is the Roger who secures the turtle. He's diving in for a fight. The King's Calling being used. You have Aurora with a beautiful Fidget ratio, but Zuzhan picks up a kill onto this Roger. Zambi has responded by picking up a kill on the Phoveus. This Freya is absolutely dominating. Someone stop her. Will she be able to CC? The CC is just enough to keep her down. And this Freya is shut down. But that Zuzhan, man, look at her. But the King's Calling. Sorry, not the King's Calling. The hook on Mincitar was enough to stop her from escaping. If that hook did not land, we could have seen Zuzhan possibly picking up a Maniac, because look at how low all of the members in that team fight are. But with that, Mincitar successfully picks up his item. The Minoan Fury being used to protect the tower. Will Mincy fall? No, the slows are there. He will have his S2 to escape, and he does. And he recalls successfully. Damn, that was an interesting fight. Those are almost 7 kills being taken up in just one turtle. Who do you think has the advantage over it?
That was a very beautiful King's Calling coming in from Mincy. I mean, rotation at the right time. Meanwhile, Harith was just busy. I think they're trying to pick up the Roger right, and he is getting caught in a very, very bad position. Will he survive? He did. Oh no, Waldo, that was not the right call to be taken right there.
And right now, the King's Calling is there to secure a kill, and this Mincitar is wreaking absolute havoc onto this man. This Freya is not having a great time, but look at the amount of displacement the soul snares are offering. She's single-handedly poking down everybody. She's still chasing on to this Mincy. Will he survive? I guess not. Will he? Yes, he does, but he does not in time, because the mana was just not enough on him. He did not have any skills. He couldn't land his S2, and he falls down. So right now, both teams are really going head to head. The goal difference is the same. The scoreboard is nearly even. So the next turtle is up. Who do you think is going to be winning this turtle fight?
I mean, despite the turtle battle last time, I think both the teams have managed to counter the goal gap equally. And right now, we see a jump coming in, Baldu. Just choking out the Roger, even from trying to contest the turtle, and Freya, and oh my god.
That Minoan Fury was there to do enough damage. Along with that, Phoveus uses his ultimate to secure a kill. This guy has a double kill. Will he get the triple kill? No, it is secured by Mr. Bot onto that Freya, who has picked up another kill. Those are 3 people down without securing a turtle for Miracle Gaming. And right now, it looks like they need a miracle to keep that mid lane alive. But Mincitar's S2 is enough to clear that wave. Meanwhile, on bot side, Harith having a really great start. He has not fallen even once in such a high intensity match, picking up a clean turret, and now he will be free to rotate with absolute freedom.
I mean, the Tyrant's range coming in from Kufra was very early into the team fight during the turtle battle. I think he should have just, waited a little bit more so that the team could have advanced forward. And right now we see that there are constant team fights happening, which I don't think Team Miracle Gaming should be doing right now, considering the goal difference that they are in.
I know, right? Give me your money wants to instead say, give me all your turrets and give me all the gold on this match. I don't want to give you the turtle. They're playing really selfish, but they're playing selfish for themselves, and that is what we want to see. We might see a possible gank on the bot side, but is Zujin a little too aggressive in front of an Aurora and a Mincy? But no, she's
I
not. She
mean,
backs off.
we did see that Team Miracle Gaming have been trying to play all around this Minsithar into their team comp, and maybe Team Give Me Your Money has figured it out, and they're just trying to beat out the ultimates of Miracle Gaming, and then just answer them back with the Zushing. And you know how.
And meanwhile, there is a Frigid Glacier play, not a Frigid Glacier, or just use a regular combo to catch out this Zujin once again. She's not having a great start. The Lycan Pound's being used, but is it really a smart choice to jump into a Minsithar, as he's just gonna easily pick up the scraps, but not before he gets the kill onto this Minotaur. But surprisingly, the Roger does survive for diving in that deep, not being punished at all. It was a poor decision from the side of Give Me Your Money to mark out, the Minsithar or the Aurora instead of this Roger, because now Roger is free to try contesting that turtle. But Freya is absolutely shredding this turtle down, man, with the help of Asahi Kumar.
I think Team Miracle is just trying to play the choking out one of the person, and they're just disengaging, because they do know that into the team fights right now it's going to be pretty difficult. And we do see a 4vs just taking the kill on Argus despite him having his ultimate. I mean, why did he not use his ultimate right there?
Dude, look at that. They're contesting every single objective on this match. Roger is having to fight for his own buffs. Forget about even trying to contest these neutral objectives.
I mean, they are being way too dependent on the Mincy ult to be engaging into the team fights. Despite Kufra landing those jumps, landing those tyrants range, I mean, they are kind of falling back into the team fight, because they do have a Zushing to just displace them with her second skill. You do have the Harith that he's just been free farming all this game. He is on 0, that he's 302.
Exactly, and dude, right now the amount of Harith has picked up 2 of his core items. He has picked up the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. Phoveus has got 10 stacks, close to 10 stacks on his Thunderbelt, and he has picked up his War Axe, and now he's moving towards that Dormice. And having those many Dormices is not good for, Miracle Gaming, because nearly all of their players rely on attack speed for their main damage source. And right now, look at them, they're trying to chase down this Kufra. The Zujin stun is there, he's forced to flicker out, but she has used up her ult. The Soul Snare is enough to displace him. Will this Kufra be able to get out? I think not. Mr. Bot is able to pick up a kill on Zambi, on his Minsithar, under the King's Calling. The extra sustain from the King's Calling, which gives him the heals, which gives him the extra defense, is just not enough under the onslaught of this Freya, man. It is just a tough game, Humana. How do you think they can give a comeback? What do they need?
That was quite unfortunate, because the Kufra got caught up in a really bad position trying to give vision to his team, but Team Give Me Your Money decided no, and that just resulted in them having this free Lord, level 9 Lord. And I think this is going to be something that is going to help them take out those tier 1 and tier 2 towers.
And there is a massive EXP gap right now, because look at this Argus. He's only at level 11, just level 11, while Phoveus is inching closer to his level 13. Like, this man, someone needs to stop this Phoveus, man. He is just having too much of a great game. And also, I think we might be seeing a pincer near Phoveus. Will he be able to bait them out? But as of now, they just opt to take the outer turret, the tier 3 turret instead, and the Lord is marching down from the bot side. Will there be a fight? Kufra is searching for a jump, but they just choose to defend and disengage.
They tried to take a fight right there, but I think that was a pretty good decision coming in from Team Miracle, considering how they cannot risk to lose any more members, because they do have to defend the Lords, they do have to defend the push coming in from Team Give Me Your Money, and we do see the ultimate coming in from the Mino Ball to take it away.
And right now, look at that, Minsithar has used his King Calling, but there's just no one there to give him the damage he needs. And along with that, the Roger has fallen. He's the only one with some stacks on his Sky Piercer which are negated now. It's like there's no damage on their team, man. They have no burst damage on an instant except this Mincy. And Mincy does not have his DHS yet, so I don't know how will they be able to stage any sort of comeback. While they have good lane clear, they are easily susceptible to ganks because of the lack of sustain. Because there's so much damage of both kinds on the side of Gimme Your Money. They have the Freya, they have who does the most amount of nuke damage in in a sustained manner for a fighter. She's just so hard to do a 1v1 with. Meanwhile, you have the Phobius who also is doing physical damage now, but he finally falls a shutdown on the top while I was talking about the items, and a really great response because that is what they needed. They need any kind of kills they can get on the map. But right now on the bot side, the inhibitor is taking Tyrant's Rage being popped onto the on the Minotaur. This Freya is getting really stuck under the base, but look at that damage. She's 1v1ing under the turret, but there's no way she survives this. And a shutdown picked up. And this is a great response from Miracle Gaming. Argus does use his ult and he will have to back out. Will they continue to chase Asahi Kumar? Yes, they will. Lycan form was not even needed. That is 500 gold given to this Roger. He is on a roll. A flicker being used. The stun is being popped. Will we see a double kill? Yes, we do. And that is a complete wipeout performed by the side of Miracle Gaming, as they have given us a miracle to stage this comeback, and now they're gonna go to siege the outer turrets right before this Lord comes up. Who do you think will get this Lord, Yumena?
I think this could be a pretty easy lot for Team Miracle Gaming because they did manage to pick out two of their damage dealers, and right now you only have a Phobius, and they do still have the jungler, but I don't think they have an answer for them right now. And you see, oh my god, the Phobius is actually able to get down the Lord, and the Freya getting out a shutdown on the Roger. That was not expected.
Dude, both the junglers did not land their retribution, but instead it's the Phobius with his ultimate that instead secured them this Luminous Lord. And right now, I think even without the Lord, they might be able to siege down this turret. But right now, look at that. They did get a hook, but it is not the correct decision to make. King's Calling used defensively to escape. This Kufra will be caught out. It is the 4 men of Gimme Your Money who are trying to reach the ages. But right now, lucky the minions did fall. And right now, it's just 4 men against the 4. So will they be able to stage a successful defense? For now, we'll have to see. The waves aren't synced, so they have that in their favor. But look at that, they nearly got a hook onto this Freya and she would have fallen. But she does get away, and now that Lord is marching down the bot side. And we know for sure that inhibitor will fall one way or another.
I mean, you do have the Argus, you do have the Mincy to take care of the Lord coming in, and the one mistake that Team Give Me Your Money has made right now is not syncing up the lanes. The minions are still pushing in. I think they are going to cause... Oh, they did manage to take out the inhibitor, and I think the top inhibitor is also going to fall down right now.
But I don't know, why did they not press their advantage? Because the team comp that Gimme Your Money is running is so aggressive. It has so much engage. I don't know why could they just not force the turret. Because if we just kept 3 people standing in front of the inhibitor, there is no way anyone from Miracle Gaming would have tried to, protect that turret. But regardless, the enhanced minions have spawned now, who will be doing a lot more pain, bringing a lot more pain for the side laners to clear from Miracle Gaming. They will have a tough time on their hands. But look at that, Roger was caught down low. He was into that blind. He went into that bush blindly, and a killing spree picked up by Pansu. And right now, look at that Freya. She's popped in her ultimate. Look at the amount of damage she's putting down. She's putting in absolute hell. The Frigid Glacier being used defensively. She nearly gets a kill onto that Freya, but the shield is just a little too much for them to bring this hero down. The minions are marching down. Phobius has ulted. This Harith has locked down to the turret, but the minions have been cleared. Will they be able to siege the defense? He has picked up a kill onto this Argus. Immortality on this Aurora has been popped out, but she retreats into the fountain to heal up. But there is another wave crashing. Will this Aurora alone be able to stage a defense? I think not. They're gonna pop her down. Roger is back, but the fountain is not enough to sustain them. The Aegis crumbles, and along with that, Miracles Gaming's hopes in this tournament will come to an end, as Gimme Your Money has advanced to the next round with this Harris.
Miracle Gaming did a pretty good job early onto the game trying to secure the snowball onto the Roger and securing the first turtle. I think team Give Me Your Money caught onto that and they just tried to play the game around Harith, giving him the lane, giving him the free farm that he needed, playing passively till they knew that their team could handle the team fights, and it was just a menace after the first turtle. I think they played their cards really smart.
Exactly, their draft along with their execution was just on point.
They were way too dependent on the Mincy to win them the match. Just trying to choke out the Harris single-handedly, and he still turned out to be the MVP into the game.
And honestly, you didn't see anything from this Argus man. He was neither able to hold his lane or able to really jump on the backline. And I think that was a really terrible drafting decision by
There
Miracle
was a
Gaming
lack of
because
front line.
exactly they needed someone like a Yuzong or an Edith to at least stand in that fight, CC them down. And with that, this is game 9 has been completed, and we will be back for one more game just after a short break.
Bang, 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 bang. Come on, let's go really up. Down chillin' with the homies that'll really go. Got a bad chicken in me. What the f going on? Better bring her up while you looking like a snap. Put you in a car fight. Like, better get the f up. But another round, cause we getting f***ed up. I'ma put you in the dirt, cause I ain't gonna find you a bad luck. Go on, nigga, come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma put you in the dirt. Come on, let's go really up. Come on, let's go really up. I'ma hit the jerk. Come on, let's go really up.
Bang, 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 I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go, bitch, I just wanna go. You know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the plug. Yeah, 0 to 100, you know I'm gonna blow. John Cena, you better